Okay, so we're playing more Ni No Kuni 2 today, right? And last time, towards the end of the stream, like towards the very end of the stream, we came here. And there was this guy. And this guy is called Swift Solutions. And the way Swift Solutions works is you take on tasks like this, right? And it looks like it might even be a task a day or something, like 12 tasks a day or something. Right? And then you report your completed tasks, and a lot of them are just like, things like, you know, various pickups, like give me 4 eggs. Oh, I don't need to do this one. And each time you finish one, you get these things called tokens of gratitude, right? And then you can turn in the tokens of gratitude for various things, such as... Oh, hold on. Okay, no more questions on all this. Let me take these. So you report these completed tasks, right? And then you get these tokens, and you can turn the tokens in for things like items or villagers. So you trade tokens and scout new citizens. Now, we did all of them last time, so we don't have any new citizens. But we picked up a bunch of citizens at the end of the stream yesterday. Yeah, so this is very, very, very helpful. We now have 24 citizens. So if I flip back over here to Evermore, and then go into Manage Kingdom, you can see number 1, we pick up a whole bunch of money from coffers. But also, almost everywhere has someone in there. This place doesn't, this place doesn't. But, you know, everyone's kind of learning some things, doing some things. Research. Store more stuff. Sure. Research. Nothing. Higgledies are working already. What about weapons? Quality weapon development. Oh, that's 3,500. We can learn level 2 ranged weapon development. So now, like, the city is kind of rolling. So I'm hoping that means those issues we were facing last time won't crop up anymore. We need 1 more citizen, and we can level up our kingdom to level 2. And let's check out the stores. Yeah. Okay. So that's what's going on there. And then we can come all the way over to the Spellworks and see if we can learn a new ability. Static Wall. Sure. So now we now know Static Wall. And then we can level it to level 2. And we don't have the materials. So we have that stuff going on. But yeah, so that's the gist of what we've been doing in town, which is really nice. Oh, what's this?
Hi.
Oh, it's just Fido. The very best craftspeople. That sounds wonderful. Oh, do you have a quest? Make some improvements. Certain item. Choose armor rank 5 or higher. Sure. Iron armor of grade 5 or higher. Yeah, we can try to do this. So improve armor. So how do I see iron armor? This is all leather armor. Okay. Well, that's a new quest. Looks like we have a quest over here too. Oh, it looks like this is the same concept but for weapons. Yeah, grade 5 weapon. So this is the game trying to hybrid bow. This is the game just trying to show you how this works, I guess. Don't know how to make a hybrid bow. Well, that's a lot of things, huh? Hybrid bow. I need one high tide shell. Okay. Well, we can worry about that one in a little bit then. Let's go to quests. Yeah, okay, so these two are good. Oh, what is this? Oh, some pots. Oh yeah, we'll just get these along the way. Cool. So that's kind of what we're up to in the city. Yeah, what up, time? How's it going? And now we can go and work on the main quest arena. Welcome on in. I'll mention a couple times. It was suggested to me after the stream yesterday to maybe find some space to put more info on the month of nonsense stuff going on, the incentives and all that, like the different wars and the unlocks. So I went ahead and came up with this. Please let me know if it looks good to you. I think it looks pretty solid, much better than my plan initially. But if it's too cluttered, let me know and I can see if I can tweak it after this one, after today. Hey, Pugnacious. So we're gonna try to get him to sign the treaty. It's been a while.
Greetings.
Since you so kindly shared DeLorean's identity, my men have been working tirelessly to apprehend him. I cannot believe that he stole, that I allowed him to steal my kingdom. Whether I was manipulated or not, what happened was unforgivable. I wish only to build a country where no one would have to suffer as I did. No matter how hard I tried, I could not eliminate poverty entirely. And the more apparent this became to me, the more unsettled I felt. It was in allowing this matter to preoccupy me that I offered DeLorean an opening. It will not happen again. The majority of the taxes generated by Lady Luck are intended to help the poor, is that true? It is, and in my weakness, I allowed her noble purpose to be corrupted. You think the chat looks better this way even more? Do you mean like because it's smaller? I also turned down the like the font size, so we can always keep this font size too. That's good to know though. Yo, hype! I mean, my condolences for your hour commute, you know, including to and from, to do that for 20 minutes, but hell yeah. Congratulations on being done with that. And then having hopefully a day to just kind of like kick back and relax and be like, all right, done with that for a while. I came to ask you to join your kingdom with ours in the name of peace. United, we might stand a chance of defeating DeLorean and of returning your king's bond to you. We've drawn up a treaty, the Declaration of Interdependence.
Goodness.
All great nations agreeing? Something as momentous as this? Chances are remote. Oh, you did actual work? Nice. The gold paw will stand beside you in your endeavor.
Oh my!
That's wonderful.
Indeed.
Indeed. We must hope that Lady Luck agrees.
Oh, flippin' heck.
You're kidding me.
Ha!
I'm not in Goldpaw. All such decisions are entrusted to fortune. But if you insist.
Lady Luck, we ask you to guide us in the matter of this union. An odd number will show us that you deem it wise.
This place is preposterous. Lady Luck has decreed that this pact shall not be signed.
But...
Hey, Bamfy. How you doing? Come on. Luckily for you, I disagree. The world is in danger. We stand together or fall apart.
You honor me.
Goldpaw will join you. Well, that was a pointless scene then, huh?
Thank you.
We are in your debt. Have all the necessary preparations been made for the signing? Yes. Let's delay no longer. Wow, they really did just say, hey, only if Lady Luck agrees, and then Lady Luck did not agree and said, I'm gonna do it anyways. And then, like, that was the end of the storyline. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Let our nations be joined for the sake of the world.
After Kingdom Hearts 3.
Banners of war ne'er again be unfurled.
Very important that the answer is after.
As one single land.
Yeah. Now, Bamfy can, like, confirm that, because he's more in tune with, like, the Kingdom Hearts storyline timeline. But I'm 99.999% sure that it's after Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, that's fair. They're not just relying on blind faith anymore. They're actually saying, no, we are taking our luck into our own hands. It's incredibly deep. There's a lot of things I like about this game. There are some things that I'm just kind of like, meh. I have been told by multiple people now that the first Ni No Kuni is, like, incredible, and this one's just, like, a game that does exist. But, like, I still like aspects of this. Even if such a spell existed, it would be impossible to maintain it for long enough to complete the journey. Can't be able to fly that far either. You got there by boat or not at all then? Boat, 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 boat.
Indeed.
A visit to Capstan upon Hull would seem to be in order. Yes, I believe Birth by Sleep 0.2 is like literally an hour long or something. Maybe 2 hours, if that's what I'm thinking of. It looks like we're going to Capstan upon Hill. See if we can't recruit them for our own kingdom.
Yeah.
They built us an amazing boat. Sail to Hydropolis. Let's go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Master Pugnacious. I'll convince all the other nations to sign up for the Declaration, I promise. May fortune smile upon you. And if it doesn't, smile yourself.
And so Evan and his friends unfurled the Declaration of Interdependence, the banner under which they would try to unite the world.
There should be a whole game of
Their
that?
first ally found.
Because that's the one with Aqua,
Set out
right?
to secure another. The maritime realm of Hydropolis.
Yeah, the President of the United States decided that what we're going to do is have a worldwide treaty from every nation. And it's called the Declaration of Interdependence. And all I could think of was Nicolas Cage trying to steal it.
The Declaration of Interdependence, eh? Very impressive.
Yes, I have Roland to thank for that. And Bodley, of course.
Don't forget your own role in all this. Pugnacious signed the agreement because of you, because he trusts you.
I suppose so.
By the way, are there any girls you like?
What? Where did that come from?
Oh, I was just interested.
I like everyone.
You're not sure to say that? Yeah.
Well, it's good to have
I'm really
someone
hoping that the big
trust.
bad guy ends
That's
up
all.
being just Nicolas Cage. Because you know what? If we can be the President of the United States,
Something
then
to
why
bear
can't
in
Nicolas
mind.
Cage be transported to
See
this
you
world as like the villain too? If Keanu Reeves can be in Cyberpunk,
Goodbye.
why can't Nicolas Cage be here trying to steal the Declaration of Interdependence? A destiny discovered. Yo, are we in chapter 5 now? Yo, Pog. We pogging. Hope everyone had a good day. I had a nice day. I slept in. Had some good food. Ooh, menacing snake.
Next. Brine skimmer of Hydropolis.
Okay, that was a little creepy.
Chapter 5. The Sea Queen's Curse.
Yo, Blue, that's awesome. Paper drafts hype. I'm looking at some maps. South of Goldpaw. Yeah, because like no one was able to draft that one in paper. That's so cool. I hope you have a great time. Fourth day straight of storm this morning, pretty tame. Yeah, it's been pretty off and on here for this week. You know, I'm hoping that here we've got kind of scattered storms up until like Monday or Tuesday. Like every day. And then it's a few days after that of sunshine, and I'm hoping that that's like, you know, the shift into summer where it's just like sunny every day. Yeah, it'll be like really hot, but like at least whatchamacallit, at least stop storming. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Blue Braid, let me know after you draft how it was in paper. Because I'm very curious on how that plays out. Oh, I did a Modern Horizons 2 draft. It was okay.
Hey.
All the decks seemed pretty neat. You'd open Zenith Flare and just not play Magic at all. That's what I like to hear. Zenith Flare hype. Oh, looks like got nothing going on here. Neato. Alright. Yeah, I was not like the biggest fan of Zenith Flare, even though I would use Zenith Flare quite a bit. Like, anytime I got it, I was just like, alright, well, I guess I'm playing Cycling and just, like, not interacting. And just discarding cards and drawing cards until I draw, like, Zenith Flare and kill you. Or die before so. Modern Horizons was pretty fine. Like I said, all the decks looked really, like, seemed really sweet. The games themselves were, like, pretty lopsided one way or the other. But, you know, it's just one draft that don't necessarily mean anything. I'll probably do another one at some point. There's a lot of text on the cards, though. I mean, a lot of text on the cards. We need one more person to upgrade the kingdom. So let's. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. I did Strixhaven last week. I bet Strixhaven's really fun to draft in paper too, because you get like the mystical archive cards. And like they're all super sweet. I did see, speaking of mystical archive cards, I did see that there's like apparently a Pro Tour tomorrow for Historic. And like 60% of the decks are playing 4X Brainstorms. So, surprising to me, it turns out that Brainstorm is apparently really good. I didn't know that that would be the case. No, I've never heard of it being good. We started World of Final Fantasy today? Getting swole as hell in the secret area of the first dungeon? Nice! Oh, I didn't remember that there were secret areas.
Make yourselves useful. Here goes.
Oh! I have 19 health. I should probably fix that. Yo, knocked him out of the sky. Let's go. Woo, dodged. Nice. So how are you liking you're at level 23 already? Holy crap. Mirage abilities that let you get to side pass and stuff. Oh, neat. I don't think I ever figured that out. I don't think I ever, like, recognized, like, figured that out early. It's been a while since I played it. I almost downloaded it again today to start playing it again because we were talking about it. And, like, it sounds fun. I remember really liking it. Equipment. $190? Excuse me? Alright. I mean, I guess. Phoenix's most popular deck. Yeah, hopefully there's a good control deck. I feel like it's been a little bit since there was one. Oh, was it not listed as a key card in the archetype because they didn't want to show like 60%? Oh, I probably just don't remember. Yeah, that must be the case then. Because I remember there were a lot of things going on in the game. Oh, I was being blocked by my teammates. That's what it was. Well, that worked out well. There's a lighthouse? Chat, there's always a lighthouse.
Come on!
Here goes.
Brainstorm, Steam Vents, Expressive Iteration, and Faith of Saluting. Oh, is Iteration, like, really, really good? I haven't played much Constructed since Strict Saving came out. It's so insane. Nice. I wasn't sure, because, like, I wasn't sure how it would do in Constructed, because, you know, it's turn 2, and you don't really get anything from it if you play it on turn 2 yet, so it's really, like, a later spell. So you have to, like, wait until you play it on turn 3? Yeah. You just play it later, and then it's like a 2-mana divination. Yeah, that's true. 2-mana draw 2 is... It's even better than draw 2. It's 2-mana, like, look at the top 3 cards of your library, draw 2 of them, right?
Here goes nothing.
From what I was able to read leading into the tournament, apparently there's a really good mono black aggro deck in Historic right now that, like, gets crushed by Selesnya and like Temur, but no one's playing Selesnya or Temur in this thing, so, like, apparently people that have played a lot of Historic are saying that they expect the mono black aggro deck to take down the tournament. Or they're thinking that that's gonna be what happens. I don't have the list though. I don't know what, like, the list looks like. I don't know what mono black aggro entails. Like, I don't know if we're talking about, oh, look at all these ships. I don't know if we're talking about you know, obliterator aggro, or if we're talking about just, like, a bunch of 1 and 2 drops. I don't know. Were we playing Dragonstorm? But, like... Alright, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm on board with Dragonstorm. You've seen a lot of that card on the ladder? Nice. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deck list looks like, unfortunately. You found a baby Rama that ran away? No! Baby Rama, come back! Rama, come back! Oh, no! Well, that's just unfortunate.
Gosh.
King Evan.
Hello.
That's me. Bit shorter. Nice to meet you.
Oh.
Oh, aye.
A load of boats were out fishing and a monster showed up. Okay.
Hi. Yes.
We can't really leave them to our fate. Or to their fate.
Oh, oh, oh.
Yeah. Watch yourselves. Okay. New comments? Oh, that's very pretty. Ah. Neat. Anything here? No. Yeah, see, all this chatter is getting me, like, kind of hyped to play World of Final Fantasy again. And now that we finished Zero Escape early, like, I had scheduled 2 more Zero Escape streams this week, today and Saturday. And we already finished it, so I need to find, like, something new to stream. So maybe it'll be World of Final Fantasy. It's been, like, a few years since I played it. And I remember being super adorable and cute. Although I do have to remember exactly how our good friend speaks. She has, like, a weird speaking cadence, if I recall correctly. Taking turns is most popular? Yo, that's a good idea. Ace Attorney 2. Yeah. You know what? Saturday. Wait, no. You're out Saturday, right? That would just be mean to start on Saturday. I think you're out of town Saturday. Ace Attorney 2 will make it, No. I mean, it really don't mean anything to me, because I can, you know, just play something else on the other day instead. Yo, big hams. Yeah, Ace Attorney 2 will be one of them. I mentioned at the start of the stream, I'm gonna mention it again here. There is a chance that we don't finish this game on stream. Yesterday, there was a point in time where I had 40 minutes where I couldn't do anything. Because I needed, like, the civilization part of the game to, like, make something. But it was busy for the next 40 minutes. And so I just had nothing to do. Oh, a hidey hole. If that happens, if that starts happening a bunch, I probably won't finish this on stream. However, if it doesn't happen anymore, then I will. But yeah, I put the break screen on and like went and grabbed something to snack on and a drink and stuff. And I was just like, I can't do anything. What do you want? That cloth. Rough and ready. I think it's a sackcloth. New Higgledy? Yeah, new Higgledy. Oh, it's not the green one? Oh, this one's got little devil horns. Member the Meanderer. Okay, let's see what Member the Meanderer's got going on. What you got? What you working with, friend? Boost the power of any Higgledy skills. Versus regular attacks. Decreases enemy's physical attack. Okay, that's the same one. Wind-powered cannon appears, used to blast the enemy. I don't know. What's your deal again? Physical defense? Yeah, we definitely want you. Bring enemies crashing down. Resistant to dark elements. No, that's not what I want. Yeah, I definitely want a healer. On this one, oh, this one heals me a little bit. Okay, so we don't need you. We'll get this new Higgledy. Cool. Just for now. Just for fun. Just to see. Yeah, I think some people played Jace Pact. The real answer to that question is because they had just printed Tainted Pact, and they always like try to ban an older card if a new card has made a problem. It's kind of like when they banned Bridge from Below instead of Hogak. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Like sometimes banning the old card does like make the new one still playable, but not anything super special. And, like that's the goal, right? Like if you decide you have to make a ban, you want it to be like, you want the deck to still exist, but not be OP. Oh, they fixed it? Neat. Yeah, so I think one of my biggest magic hot takes is that, like, I think Bridge from Below is fine. Oh, level 55 and a chest behind. But, like, I know a lot of people disagree with that one. I just know that, like, Bridge from Below has been kind of like a modern, I won't say staple, but something that's existed modern since its inception. And the only time it's been, like, absolutely busted was when something else made it busted. Like, I really like the Vengevine decks. Oh, yeah. In Modern. If I recall correctly, it's busted in, like, super older formats where you have, what's it called? Icarid? Is that the card I'm thinking of? Like, it's a 3-1... It's like a 3-1 haste. You exile something from the graveyard and you sack it in a turn, and then so you get to, like, bring out Icarid, sack it to Cabal Therapy, make zombies, take something from their hand, and, like, yeah, it's kind of busted in older formats for sure. You know, I think the biggest argument against Bridge from Below that I do understand and agree with is that it's similar to Golgari Grave Troll, where, like, the only time you really come across it is when it's super busted, otherwise you don't see it ever. Because, like, that's my thing with Golgari Grave Troll, right? It's like, when they unbanned that one, I was like, I think that's a bad unbanning. Because either the card's going to be not good enough to do anything and never see play, or it's going to be busted and need to be banned again in, like, 2 months. Spoiler alert, it needed to be banned again. Oh, pork chopper. Yeah, like, so the people that make the argument that, like, it's not a real, like, it's just either incredibly busted or irrelevant, and it's not, like, a real card because it has no real casting cost, you don't play it, you just put it in your graveyard and it does things. Like, I can get on board with that. Level 30? Sure. Yeah, it's really Cabal Therapy, right?
Do your worst.
Higgledies! Get him, Higgledies. Oh! Oh! Okay, we did it. I got a little dicey. Got a little dicey there. That got a little spooky. Yeah, greed prevails. I could have just, rezzed everyone and been fine, but instead I'm like, no, I must be greed. There's a Magus of the Bridge in Modern Horizons 2. Is there really? Yeah, and playing when not in the graveyard is a little bit different. Has any of the Maguses actually been good? Because I honestly don't know. Maybe Magus of the Moon sees play sometimes. No. Yeah, I feel like they use the... Oh, hold on. I'm gonna spin. Why am I not always this character? That's awesome.
Yeah! Do your worst.
Mention the moat and future seen vintage play. Really? Yeah, I am a little surprised that the green one's probably the worst one. I don't know, I guess, like... I think my thing with the green one is... If I'm wanting, like, a graveyard hoser, I feel like I can do better than 2 for 1-ing, like, spending 2 cards on it. Because I can already spend 0 mana to, like, hose a graveyard, right? Leyline of the Void, Tormod's Crypt, etc. Surgical Extraction. I don't remember Mage of the Scroll. Is that Curse Scroll? Or Azami Lady of Scrolls? Not an instant speed, it'd just be Ravenous Trap. Yeah, but is the green one instant speed? Because I thought it didn't have flash. Because I know the red one doesn't have flash. Oh, okay. No, that makes a lot more sense then. I gotcha. It does have flash. Okay. Well, never mind then. Chat, this is creepy. We're about to fight a spider. Look at the things on the walls. Is Grief the Thoughtseize? Yeah, that one's nuts.
Blimey!
I kind of wish the red one had flash. Pyro... What's it called? Pyrokinesis? On a stick? Sounds pretty fun. Yeah! Yeah, Unmask was already something that saw play, and this is just strictly better. I think my biggest hot take from Modern Horizons 2, of like the cards, and I could be wrong, but I feel like that card that's 1 blue-white enchantment, whenever you cast a spell, draw a card, or whatever it is like absolutely busted. Like, potentially ban-worthy. Yeah, at least it wasn't a Spoder. It's a weird, creepy jellyfish, though. I guess what my thing is I'm thinking, like, okay, play that card, pass the turn, you have Force of Negation, the, like, the blue... Oh, that was easy. The blue, elemental thing that counters spells. You know, you play a, so you counter whatever they do, you untap, you, like, play a planeswalker or a creature or something, you draw another card. It just seems like you just never run out of cards that way. Hey Ninja, how's it going? But I could be wrong, because you're right, like, one spell a turn is a huge drawback. But, like, I also thought only being able to cast 2 spells a turn was, like, busted for Fires of Invention, right? And not being able to play, like, instants. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I thought that not being able to play instants and only being able to play 2 spells a turn was, like, a big drawback for Fires of Invention, and that card was insane. It was made by Sam Black, who wrote an article today saying he saved the world from Caracas and Doomsday. Are you serious? Are those aren't, like, on the restricted list, are they? Because I feel like they're not. So it would be actual factual Caracas and Doomsday. And they were going to put it in there. Those incredibly expensive cards that people really, really want. And then he told them not to? I could have opened a pack and got a Caracas? Oh. Sam, why? I want Caracas. Get them out of the set. This would ruin Modern. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played enough Vintage to know about Doomsday or anything. Caracas is very good. I definitely understand. But my first thought on hearing that was, hold on. No, I have to check. Give me a second. MTG, what is it? Oh, TCG mid, Caracas. Oh, never mind. It was in Eternal Masters. Okay. Yeah, no. I forgot it was in Eternal Masters already. And I remembered that, like, the Legends Caracas is, like, $1 bazillion, right? Oh, actually it's not. It's only like 80, it looks like. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was thinking it was like a multi-$100 card. I don't know why I thought it was that much. You know what I'm thinking of? I am thinking of Tabernacle. That's exactly what's going on. I was just about to say that. I'm thinking of Tabernacle. And so my first thought was like, oh my god, the card's like, you know, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Why wouldn't you put that in the set? Caracas is like a $30-something card, which is, you know, still expensive, but yeah. Is it multiple thousands now? Good grief. I remember watching a video on YouTube like a couple years ago of someone opening old packs and like opening a Tabernacle and like going ham. Yeah. So, well, good job, Sam. Good job getting those out of the set. I guess, you know, in a format that also contains Thassa's Oracle, I probably wouldn't want Doomsday there either, because it's probably just like an immediate win. Somehow. But definitely don't want Caracas in there. What are the legendary creatures that get played all the time now? Like, it just completely hoses so many different things, right? Like, Gristlebrand no longer exists. You just, like, bounce it. It's, like, no big deal. Anything that tries to do Emrakul shenanigans, gone. Get out of here, Emery. You don't get to do anything. Yeah, Venser would see a lot more play. Oh, yeah, the Venser Caracas lock. Oh. And you can't even, like, not cast something, because they just, like, end of turn, play their Venser and bounce their land, and then, like, bring it back. Oh, yeah, that sounds miserable. Caracas, Venser, Mystic Sanctuary, where you just, like, keep bouncing your own Mystic Sanctuary. I think that's that card, right? Like, the 3 islands return a... Oh. Yeah, that would be disgusting. I wonder what else they almost put in the set, then. Like, I wonder what card...
Alright.
They could have put in that set file and, like, actually kept that, like, the second they revealed it, people would have been like, you gotta be kidding me, there's no way you reprinted that. And, like, not even be excited about it. Because I think there'd be some people that were, like, kind of excited about, you know, Doomsday. But I wonder if there's a card where people are just like, oh god, no, why? Yeah, even ignoring Venser. Is that a premium article time that Sam wrote? If not, could you link it in my Discord? Because I would like to read it after the stream, Reno. I'm like super curious now. Because it's pretty cool to hear that he also made that moderation card. Because I think it's like really neat. It's something I want to build around. Like, I just want to cast a card that says all of your spells have draw a card on them. And then hold up Force of Negation. So, you know, I pitch Suppling, counter your spell, draw a card, untap, play Teferi 3, draw a card, bounce Suppling of yours, draw a card. Next turn you try to play a creature and I'm like, flash in this evoke blue thing, draw a card. Oh my god, that actually sounds miserable. It sounds very fun for me, but miserable for the opponent.
You ready for this? Keep this.
But like you said, one card a turn maybe makes it not like not too good. I think if it was 2 mana, it would be absurd. Like 3 mana is a lot, competing with like 3 fairy. A feisty monstrous mallet. I do like feisty monstrous mallets. Oh, that one's actually really bad. It's not premium. Post it. Match channel in Discord. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out after. Oh, he did design it 2 mana, and they were just like, no, we can't do that. I think one of my favorite, like, intriguing design, like, discussions on that type of thing, where like someone creates something and then they like change the mana cost on it. It was this card in one of the core sets like a few years ago. It's like some white enchantment that was like at the end of the turn, if something happened, like I think it was if like a creature you control died or something, put a 1/1 creature token into play. Or maybe if it was if something attacked, it was some enchantment. It was a white enchantment that did that from a core set. And apparently in testing it was so busted that it was like warping a whole bunch of like future design decisions from like the next set that they were worried about. So they ended up like upping the mana cost last minute from like 2 to 4. And then the card like saw 0 play. Like just did not exist. So like slight alterations of mana cost makes a big difference, I suppose. Also, at the end of your upkeep, draw a card. Oh! It said when you cast a spell, it's at the end of your upkeep, draw a card. I see. Higgledies! That's pretty interesting. So it ended up being a very different card then, huh?
Oh!
They're back safe and sound. It's King Evan of the Heartlands. Some king from over that far away coming to rescue us. We need shipbuilders. Which boatbuilders you need? You found your blokes. Big and hard wearing. We plan to sail around the world. Hydropolis first, then who knows? Won't get an ocean-going boat. Something proper. Speak with Niall. Okay.
Oh, aye.
Sounds good. Anyone here want to join my team? No. Forest of Niall. Oh, he's back in Evermore. That's right. So, chat, what's your favorite, like, Modern Horizons 2 card? Oh, please! Imagine Standstill and Shark Typhoon. So I still get to, like, do things.
Huh.
I love Standstill. Anyone done with anything? Yes. Okay, they're done. Store more stuff. Level facility. For 2200. Sure. People do that in Legacy? Yeah, I need to start playing Legacy again. Legacy's great. Improve foraging techniques? Oh, that's 2400. Can't do that. Okay. Anyone else done with their thing? Oh, the Higgledies are done. Any other research? Nope. I can't level that one up. Level 2 ranged weapons. That's 3500, can't do that one. They do look so good. I was watching the Modern Horizons 2 pre-release from Loading Ready Run yesterday, and after each round, they would crack a collector boosty. So there was each of the 8 of them had one to crack throughout the day, and Surge cracked his collector boosty and got a old border foil marsh flats, and then put that card in a sleeve, and the card beneath it was a foil old border verdant catacombs. So that was pretty rad. Oh yeah, let me see this list. Snapcaster, Borrower, Click, 3 Fairy, Jace, Brainstorm, Flusterstorm, Ponder, Swords, Force Negation, Verdict, Force of Will, Crucible, Standstill, Back to Basics, Moat, Shark Typhoon. Yo, this deck is awesome. It's probably mad expensive. Yes, $5,000. Yeah. But I would love to play this deck. This deck looks super cool. I would be terrible at playing it, but I would love to. I can't level the facility until I get the kingdom to level 2. What research can I do? Bag of balls? Okay. We'll do that at some point. I don't have the money to do it now anyways. Okay. Go to the throne room and talk to Niall. I think slowing is very bad, yes. I wish it wasn't, but I think it is. Yeah, you like that one? I saw that one and I thought it was nice, so I was like, I'm gonna steal that one. I thought that was a good nickname. There's some good nicknames in this one. I also am a big fan of Tireless Snacker. You know, the tireless tracker that makes food tokens instead of glue tokens. Or treasures. I posted in the Discord the Horizons draft I did earlier today. I had one game. I felt so bad for my opponent. I went turn 3 Tireless Snacker. Turn 4 it wasn't turn 4 Braids, but at some point very quickly I had Tireless Snacker and Braids in play. So every time I play the land, I would just make a treasure and then sack the treasure, and they were sacking permanents. And they had 2 at one point, 2 of that white enchantment that's whenever you get attacked, create a clue token for each creature attacking you. So I couldn't attack because then they would have things to sack the Braids. So I just kept whittling away the resources and just not attacking until they had 3 lands, 2 creatures, and I just killed them at once. It was awesome. It was fun. For me. Not for them, but...
Aye. Listen.
A great beast.
Uh-huh.
bottle of thorn away spray. Cool. Yeah. Okay, speaking of being very sad, in my Phantom draft that I did, my first pack was regular Verdant Catacombs, foil green Orborg, and I was like, I wish this was real life right now.
Thank you.
There was a pretty interesting discussion that Mark Rosewater was doing, talking about how, people were like, why does green get Yogg-Will? Like, why do they keep stealing everything? And he's like, first of all, I made Yogg-Will to be green, and someone else made it at the same time to be black. And, they went with the black one instead of the green one. So, this is me fixing it.
Watch your back.
Which I thought was kind of funny. Which then brought another fun discussion. Cause he... Oh. Brought another fun discussion where someone asked him if red gets, temporary mana, right? Does that mean that Lotus Cobra could be red? The answer was... Hold on. Because the argument presented was... I don't remember exactly what he said beforehand. But it boiled down to, green is able to do a lot of things like ramping, and red can ramp for a turn just temporarily. And so someone was like, does that mean in theory that Lotus Cobra could be red since it's just used for that turn? I think he ended up saying that he doesn't think so, but I thought it was interesting. Oh yeah, I mean, Yogg-Will definitely does seem green, right? He had another one recently that was talking about channel, saying that if they made channel now, it would be black-red. Which I thought was super interesting.
You ready?
Yeah, it being wizard cycling was a little disappointing, although I do think wizard cycling is super cool.
Weakness. Weakness.
I just wish it was on a better card. Yeah, type cycling is definitely a thing that exists. Basic land cycling, being one example. I'm gonna be honest with you. The mechanic I was expecting to see something in Modern Horizons 2 that I was kind of shocked we didn't get a single card with it. I figured we'd get one card with Transmute, but we didn't. Because I think Transmute's a weird mechanic that you cannot print very much of.
I'll do my best.
But as a 1X in a set like this, you probably could get away with. You're hoping for Fortification? Yo, Fortification would have been awesome. I know a lot of people were hoping for Gravestorm. Oh, they did do Riptide Lab, didn't they? We're actually, I don't know if anyone knows the actual dates, but I don't think we're that far off from like spoilers starting for the D&D set either. Because I think that's usually in like July, so it might only be a few weeks. I don't know when it's supposed to release though. Yeah, these are the iron trees.
Flippin' heck!
Oi! Tidy!
Make a boat that can take a proper battering. Didn't come across a monster y'all mentioned at all. Uh-oh. I don't know if it's any good anymore, but like, I'm also a big fan of Fire and Ice being in Modern now. Uh-oh. Zag. Saucy Defender of the Timbers.
Here goes nothing. Eat this. Eat this.
Huh?
What's he plotting over there? Okay, there we go. Oh, that was cool. Oh, my higgledies.
Need a little help here.
Yo, if you're gonna have a mechanic where like the enemy jumps out of like the field of play for a while, please don't make it last this long. Oh my goodness.
Make yourselves useful.
Alright, good job, Higgledies.
Yes!
Head over to Capstan. Okay. Did it. I think all of my goodies are up here, though. All of my goodies are up there, chat! Look at it! It's red, which means it's the legendary one. It's taunting me. Wow. And I can't get up there. I can't get up there. Oh, what a terrible fight. He jumps around forever, and then if your Higgledy kills him up there, then like you just don't get any loot for it either. I can't even like shoot it in anger with the president. Alright, whatever. Whatever, game. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Do y'all see what I see? Do y'all see what I see? I saw an exclamation mark. I saw an exclamation mark. I saw an exclamation mark. which would be our 25th member, which would mean I can level up the kingdom to level 2. What does that mean? I don't know, but we'll find out. I was watching someone play Ace Attorney 1 last night, like, after I streamed. And they were at the part where the marshal is like, are you calling me out? We shoot people for that in Texas. And started cracking up.
Oi.
Muriel.
Aye.
All manner of mischief? I don't know. All that unpleasantness happened. That's where she was heading? Uh-oh.
What?
So look for her. I like that chapter so much in 1 that, like, I forgot it's just a bonus chapter and not, like, just the best chapter in the game. That it's, like, not even supposed to be in the actual game. It was something apparently they added, you said?
Thank you.
Look for Muriel. Oh, she looks cute. Add it for the DS port. Imagine, there's versions of Ace Attorney that does not include Marshall. How dare. Oh my goodness, Muriel, how did you get all the way out there? Don't worry though, I'm a-coming. I'ma help ya. You can pretend it doesn't exist? Good. Because it shouldn't. That's the best chapter in the game. Ace Attorney 2 should be fun. Oh, I played a little bit of the demo of, oh, what's it called? World's End Club or whatever. It has potential. There's like a knockoff Monokuma, which is pretty cool. Jumblewoods. It looks very different. But, like, it's interesting. I can see myself being down. I didn't finish the demo or anything. I just got to, like, kind of the beginning. Where could he have gone?
Oh.
Found a missing person.
Ooh.
Didn't expect to meet you here. You lost as well? No, we came to look for you. Would you like us to show you the way to Evermore? It's Paco, my... Lapaka? He's gone missing. Is a Lapaka a cross between a llama and an alpaca? Because I want that to be a thing.
Thanks.
Like, I don't ask for much in this life. But a cross between a llama and an alpaca sounds like pretty cool. Put it in the game. Let's do it. Yeah, survey says? Most definitely. You shouldn't assume it's a new Danganronpa. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I feel like if it was a game that was just, you know, the exact same setup and style of Danganronpa, I would not be as interested, because, like, you know, Danganronpa is really good. But something that kind of takes that same similar concept and does its own thing with it sounds like really fun. Chat? Is that not the cutest thing you've ever seen? There you are. That's true. You've seen Wooloo. That's fine. Fine. You gotta call. Are you calling me out? Suppling, suppling, shoot you Texas, suppling, suppling. I don't remember exactly the way the line works. But that's like my favorite little screen cap from the entire Ace Attorney 1 game. Although there is another really good screen cap from Ace Attorney 1, which is like the stupid bird thing. Yeah, Wooloo is adorable. Alright, Bamfy. Trolley problem time. You're on a trolley and the brakes go out, and in front of you is a group of 5 phalanx. But you can pull the lever, and on the right, you can go that way, it'll be one Wooloo. It's not even that funny.
Huh.
Level up, kingdom. If you got 5,000 gold, but I don't know. Fangs will just form up and evolve. use the new trolley as a head in their Megazord like contraption. Okay, so I need more gold. And we wait then. Muriel. Oh, you want to go to the ranch? Okay. To the ranch you go. Love of Lapakas. No, we're not going to increase that facility. Because we need 5,000 gold to level up the kingdom. Oh, that is a lot of quests. Alright. We've talked to you already. What do you want?
Hey!
A spear lesson. Scary Winkles. Shellfish. Coastal Village. Okay. Sure. No, I'm not going to make that my active quest. I'm going to make that my I'll deal with it eventually quest.
Yeah.
Unlock battle against our forces? East Paw.
Oh.
Song number 7. Repeated level 25. I think our like group is ranked like 8 or something on that. A dilemma. A 0-time dilemma? The fence surrounding their enclosure keeps giving them splinters. Poor little things. No idea what material to use. 5 logs.
All right.
Doop a doop doop doo. The music in this the town is like very peaceful. Ah, we have the alpaca. The alpacas just running around now. Glorious.
Ah!
Mr. Imposter. Only one king of the Heartlands, and that's me. Terrain.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that one. Anything on the other side? No. Are they gonna want us to do another one of these? No, he's over here.
Hey there!
Oh! Alright. 19? What level am I? I guess we're gonna find out. Eight, 7, 8, 7? Uh-oh. We're about to get slaughtered. Well, this is a side quest we can do whenever now. I'm not super huge on these fights to begin with. Let's go to quests. We'll kind of like naturally do a lot of the other things, I think. Let's go get our boat.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Hey!
Let's get a move on, shall we? Oh,
And
that's a
just
cute
like
art
that,
piece.
Evan had found himself the finest boat builders in all the land, and some timber worthy of their expert attention. Eager to get to work after their recent ordeal, the men of Capstan set about putting together a ship fit for a king. And before long, a magnificent vessel that no wave could hope to topple was all but ready to set sail.
Oh my!
Is this really ours?
Blimey!
All right.
You know the first thing about boats? You only go letting this run,
Flippin' heck! all right?
Yeah, let's talk about Hydropolis. The fish is very good this time of the year. Another nation to our union.
Hey up!
Yes!
Aw, yeah. Our boat's ready. Hell yeah, chat. Let's do it. Ooh. Okay.
All together now!
Access your ship via the field map. Sail the seas, wherever you please. Approach coast, press A. Your boat will be brought to the nearest bit of coast for your convenience. Oh, neat. Well, that's pretty cool. Oh, and it moves fast, too. Awesome. Oh, are there even enemies out here? There sure are. And things to pick up. That's pretty cool. Oh, are they really? That's the second one, right? Oh, that's a whirlpool. What happens here? Oh. Okay, it doesn't let me do it. Oh, look at that, like, eye stalk. Oh, that's one that's coming out soon. Nice.
Hiya!
Hello, Hydropolis.
Oh.
Yes.
With all haste.
All right.
Pretty gift or two from back home and a few sweet words will do the job nicely enough, I'd wager. Won't be quite that simple. Oh.
I will never understand why the people love you so, Leander. Weak, insipid man. But love you they do. Without you, I would be nothing. That is what they whisper, is it not?
Well then.
Without you, our nation would be nothing, Your Majesty. I, above all others, know this. But the people cannot know this. Foreign powers cannot know this. If they did...
If they did? Then what? Exactly.
then your life would be in danger. Malign forces would plot your downfall. This is the way of power. So I put myself forward. If the people see me, deal with me, they can only become discontented with me, can only wish to harm me.
So all that you do for your queen. You would give your life for her without a moment's hesitation, yes?
Not without reason, Your Majesty. But if it might prolong your life for a single second, that would be reason enough. Such a death would bring honor upon me, upon my entire line.
Insipid you may be, but you are occasionally amusing.
You are too kind, Your Majesty. Yes.
Vessel unknown to us, but most likely it brings travelers, maybe even traders. Is that so? Must obey the word of law. There'll be no exceptions. Not a single infraction can be tolerated. Do I make myself clear?
By all means.
I've never played Xenoblade.
Let's see now.
Or Xenogears. Any of the Xeno games. I've heard good things about them.
Hey there.
Let us know when you're ready for the off. Take your time and enjoy the sights. We're ready to set sail whenever you need us. Have fun now. Interesting. This looks nice.
Hey.
Questioning. From Evermore. An audience with the Queen.
Oh, flippin' heck.
Excuse me.
Or Pillars of the Law. Forbidden to harm someone. Ascent any of the high places. Sickness is forbidden. Love is forbidden.
What?
No greater crime than to love. As long as you're a guest here, you will remember this. Okay. That's a little weird. Need to learn more. Explore the town. Well, first, let's take this. And now, we can just travel here whenever. We're going to climb to high places. Oh, okay. This place is weird. Oh, that eye stalk is also weird. Oh, it's this dude. It's this dude. Hey.
Welcome to Swift Solutions.
Yeah, that's true. I think they must be. Okay. Yeah, you know, if we just say it's illegal to be sick, then people will stop being sick. I guess that's how that works. Let me trade tokens. It seems like nonsense to me. No new citizens? Okay. Well, I'll be back for you.
Oh, by the way,
I'll be back for you when you have more people. Yeah, this place just seems like weird. Unreasonable. Oh, it is very pretty though. It is very pretty though. Hello.
Yeah.
And the person after being caught breaking the law. Let's sniff out wrongdoing. Hearing? Could it be the big giant eye stalk that like looks over the entire town, sees everything? I mean, that seems like a pretty reasonable answer to me. Oh, glad I made that. I do like the look of the place, though. Okay. Oh, painter. Oh, that's cute. Okay. New plan. I got all turned around, so let's just warp back here. But like, you know, that thing. That's super duper creepy. Just staring at me. Oh, what you got for me?
Oh, hello there.
We local folk are equally baffled. We are merely victims of Queen Nerea's whims. Long tradition proposed to our intended ones with an engagement ring made from coral. What will become of this now? No one knows what motivates the Queen. And they live in fear. The way she treats the Archon is nothing short of a disgrace. Oh, yeah, I can pick up this thing here. I can go this way instead of left. Cool. I know very little. Seldom appears for her people. Entrance to the palace lies on the ocean floor. And at its top stands the Eye. Yeah, glad we're finally talking about this now. Actually being a device used to spy on our own people. Be the Archon. It is he who rules the realm. I don't know what she does. We did not learn much. Learned a lot about the Archon, though.
Really?
Ask me. Let's see what I'm thinking about first. Says accessories.
Gosh.
Alright. Somewhere that sells accessories. What's up, friend?
Yeah.
Bright red coral rings.
Whoa.
No law from me giving you one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I will go make 3 deliveries.
Boosh! Get in!
Sure. So they really want me to like explore this town, huh? Here you go.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Decades since we last glimpsed her face. Certainly feels that long. He handles the day-to-day. Okay. I still like can't get over how pretty this game is. It's a super pretty game.
Hello.
Delivery.
Oh.
Contentious topics not prohibited. Anyone who challenges the opinion of another is immediately apprehended by guards. And since someone fell, we can't go to high places. Okay. Yeah. And now we can like teleport. Perfect. Yeah, that worked out well. Hey.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
A waste? Marco jewelry has dwindled.
Excuse me.
The eye sees all. Walls no. Your walls can't stop it. Okay. So is it like the advisor being shady again, or what? What's going on here?
Thanks.
Oh, Tamon!
Form no one of its provenance. Do not allow the guard seeing you wearing it. Alrighty. Doo-doo-doo.
Oi. Excuse me.
What do you mean to do with it?
Hee.
Something genius, what?
Boosh! Get in!
Hmm.
wedding scene, take one. And action!
Look!
Is he?
Propose?
Yeah, this is gonna be adorable, isn't it?
Tanny?
Yes, Evan? Oh, just get on with it, will you? It's make-believe, remember?
Yes, of course. I can bear it no longer. I care not a jot if love be forbidden. My feelings for you cannot be tamed. I must scream it from the rooftops.
That's it. Go on.
Will you...
Was that the rite of the ring? A marriage proposal? In broad daylight?
Surely not. If Master Leander finds out, they will rot a year in jail.
Oh, everybody's looking.
Focus, Tanny! Time for your close-up!
Well, Evan, you know what comes next. Spit it out.
I love you.
What was that, man? Project, boy, project! You are not in a cupboard, you are on the stage! Now, pucker up, my boy. Time to go in for the kill.
Oh, no, you don't, lad. That's my daughter, curse ye.
You there, you two! You are under arrest for the crime of public affection.
About time.
There's no use denying it. Her Majesty witnessed the entire sorry affair. Come with me.
What?
Oh, bang in!
Well,
Well, this plan was, understandable, I guess. What was your intent? Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know why everyone got it. We finally got to meet him. Force use a little artifice to gain your attention. Is that so? Why do you go through such things? I'm Evan Pettywhisker Tildrum, King of Evermore. Come to ask you to sign a treaty.
forgive me.
I must refuse.
Well,
Up to me, yes, but Her Majesty has ordered that you will be brought before her. Queen, oh, she wants to meet us.
yes.
Why she wishes to do so is beyond me. Oh. Well, now we have a queen to talk to.
Now,
There's no need to go into tiresome explanations. All has been shown to me. You wish me to sign this treaty of yours?
If I may be so bold.
We cannot. To enter into a union would be... I must advise against it. Silence, Leander. One condition. Beneath the sea, not far from here, there is a labyrinth. Deep within it dwells a great sea monster, Cetus. Defeat the creature and return here unharmed. Do so and I will sign your treaty. Really?
Yes.
Leander will accompany you.
Of course.
See that the beast is destroyed.
Forgive me.
When I properly introduce myself, I am Leander Aristides, Archon of Hydropolis. Very nice to meet you. Where's the Labyrinth? See southeast of Hydropolis. Let's go. Leander temporarily joins the party. Alright. Well, this has been a weird little area, if I do say so myself.
Hey there.
Sure. See ya. I think what we'll do is come over here first. Go back to Evermore. Yeah, I'm a little confused too. I'm assuming there's gonna be some like twist or turn once we kill the beast, but I'm not sure. Level up the kingdom. Oh, well, that looks nice. Yeah, that might be what it is. New developments are available? Oh. Well, pardon me. Give me a moment. Oh, look at all these things. Wow, now there's 45 buildings? When do I get to research space travel? Oh, yeah, that's probably what it is. That's probably the answer. You're right. I tried to play a Civ game, Bamf. I tried to play like Civ 5 or Civ 6 when it was on like a free weekend. I made it like 5 turns. I had no idea what was happening. Turned it off. Maybe it would have been a fun stream game for people to teach me. Better boats. It's a vertical line. You ain't kidding. I need 4,000 gold for this. Okay. Can I learn something now? Oh, the facility needs to be level 2. Okay. You press buttons. That makes sense. $2,400. Everything's so expensive. Listen to music? Sure. Oh, you need 8,000 for that? What do I need to like level this to level 3? $50 citizens, 35 facilities. You never finished the game? Yeah, that's the other thing I've noticed with it, is like, a lot of people seem to not actually finish. Yeah. You're not the only person I've heard say that. Okay, I think what we'll do is just... We have one new person. Shipyard. Okay, but we don't have one of those yet. Okay. We have 1,600 gold. But like... No one's making anything. Like, literally no one's making anything right now. How do I level this one up? 4,000? Okay, I'm just gonna wait and do that. But yeah, so I think you're right. I think the queen's a fake or something. That would make sense.
All right.
Oh, there's a giant trench here, so like this is the edge of the map. Makes sense, I suppose. That's your idea, you locking it. I think that's a pretty good guess. Ooh! The sky changes colors. That's cute.
Golly.
Part of the labyrinth. Oh no! Okay, well they're only like level 10, so... Place of Death. Yeah, they really do! Like, this game is super pretty.
No.
Good luck, everyone. Now's our chance.
Yar, they'll be singing me name over this. There's plenty more where that came from. Let me show you what I can do.
Forgive me.
We can't afford to lose.
Here goes nothing.
I don't know how I feel about these fights, because I feel like there's not much strategy to them. Ah.
Yar, they'll be singing me name over this.
Do, 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 do. Oh. How to defeat the fangfish.
Well,
How'd you like that, you worms?
Stay strong.
Uh-oh, I lost the group. Oof.
Can't afford to lose. Forward! Charge! 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 Charge!
Let me show you what I can do!
Yeah, let's level him up. I'm gonna wait here a second. Charge!
Now's our chance! This should work! Charge! Forward! Stay strong!
Let me up.
Okay, now the rest of the squad's back. Okay. They're on a timer. On the bottom right, you'll see pictures of their faces. They go grayed out when they die, and then they slowly start getting more and more color until they come back. The problem was that red beats green,
This should work!
and both of these enemies were green, or were red, and like the only melee I had was green, so... Like now we're against a green team, we're just gonna like demolish them, yeah.
Prey escape! Don't let them get away! We can't afford to lose! Form a square! Now's our chance!
Let me show you what I can do!
Now's our chance!
You'll be
Nice.
singing me name over this?
Of course.
Woo!
Blimey.
Wait, this far.
Uh-huh.
The real fight starts here.
Yes.
Tread carefully now.
Thank
Nice.
you so
Okay.
much, everyone!
Woo! Yeah, those fights are really hard. Hey, Penguin! How's it going? How you doing?
Bash bosh.
Seat of the Sea Beast. Guess now is the time to make sure all of our weapons and stuff are good. Okay, that was a pretty big upgrade. Okay, your highest. Oh, I didn't do him. schedule's clearly different because priorities, but you want to stop in for a few? Yeah, I really appreciate it. I hope everything's been going pretty good. I know you you got to visit, according to your post on the Discord with the kitty cats. Hell yeah! Vaccines hype. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear that. I hope you've been having a wonderful time. Here till Sunday? Nice! Hell yeah. Have a great weekend. Do all sorts of fun, amazing things. I'm so excited for you. And I hope you've been doing well. I hope you've been having a lot of fun.
Well.
So threat to Hydropolis. Why risk our lives on such an errand? Must be an important lesson. Or for a reason. You're going to drink with her karate friends who don't fully believe you exist? Oh, that's amazing! That's so cool. That's going to be awesome.
Prepare to be boarded.
Eat this. Eat this.
Ow.
Eat this.
Hey, grab this.
Make yourselves useful. Eat this.
Woo! Penguin's the you know, I know someone, you just don't know them, they're from Canada. They go to a different school. But that's awesome. That's so good. And how are the kitty cats? And have you eaten any like amazing delicious food in the last few days while you were visiting? The creature is defeated. We can get Hydropolis to sign the declaration now, right? Sure, the queen is as good as her word, yes.
Oh.
There's a little, you see your cats, we've got aw, they're like little and adorable. Yeah, I love the picture you sent. You know, try to sneak a couple extra kitty cat pictures for me. I do love kitty cats. The ocean's ether. This is what you want us to retrieve?
Yes.
Let's return to the palace. Yeah, I killed something. It had like a legendary chesty, and now the legendary chesty is gone. Sad day. Sad day. Also, nothing else in here. Oh, let me see this. Anime speed? Let me see. Let me see if I have extra ones. Let me see if I have extra ones. Dashboard. I do not. However, we can get rid of Suplin. It's an L and R set. Huh. Alright, chat. Here, let me... See if that works. If you click that, does that take you to all of our emotes? Yeah. If you can find 2 that y'all want to cut for those, let me know. But I do need you to send... Oh, I see. You did send both of them. They're hilarious flanking things? Yeah, that sounds great. I'm always up for new emotes and stuff for y'all to, like, goof around with. Thank goodness you've returned. Your Majesty's disappeared.
Yes.
The vortex blocking the entrance to the abyss is dissipated.
What is it?
You got one of the 2 arrives? Let me see. Anyone the dance, please? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay, I'm making an executive decision. Hold on. My emotes. Dashboard. I am making an executive decision that I will get rid of Cat Blob Dance over Rainbow Please. I like Rainbow Please more. And then... we'll get rid of Keck W Arrive. And we will add Anime Speed L and Anime Speed R. Okay. I don't know if it'll show up on my end yet before I, refresh the chat, but y'all can mess around with it if y'all want. See if you like it. We can always switch them back if we don't. And thanks Penguin for looking out for us. I always enjoy new emotes. Which one's cute? The vortex. Only she can remove it. Who's gone to the abyss? Could be DeLorean's doing? Yep.
You have my thanks.
Oh, crap. Let me scroll back down. Oh, I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I don't think I have it on mine, but if you can post the link to it, I can look at it. See if we can add it or not. Yes. You had me at cat.
All right.
Yes. All aboard. Hold on.
Thank you!
Yo! Penguin! 5 gifty subs! 5 gifty subs! Blue Braid! Cynthybot, as always! Ninja! Pup and Walking Sponge! Congratulations on your new emotes, the little chocobo next to your name. Hell yeah! Thank you so much, Penguin! Let me... Thank you! Let me go ahead and mess with these. Alright, well we've got Portal reloaded now. Thank you! Boom, let me pop this. And then Penguin, you can vote for a game on each of the 2 boxes. The release game and the challenge game. And then whichever one's winning each of those boxes at the end. Yeah, that one was actually a nice group of 5. Like, outside of the bot, everyone's been around quite a bit lately, which is pretty sweet. Good job, Twitch. And then what's the next one? Oh, OOT randomizer. Boom. OOT randomizer. 5 out of 10. Yeah. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, look at those lovely emotes. Boom. Pew pew pew. Remind you next time? Yeah, what I can do is I can shoot you a message on the Discord. After the stream, and then like you can just let me know whenever. It's no rush. It's going until the end of until the end of June, so we got plenty of time. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. King's Cradle's on the seabed. Mr. Lord really is involved. We must journey there in all haste.
Blimey.
I'm so glad that you're able to go visit now. I know like your trip back home was wonderful, and it made me so happy. And I've loved all your pictures from the baseball games. Now you can go visit Elise, and it's really nice. The abyss, but crikey, it's deep. How do we get down there? We have our ways. The puffer whelk will see us safely down. The what now? Pardon me? The who'soma what's it? Also, is that a door? I think that's a door. Oh no, it's a safe stone. Okay, well safe stone, we probably want to do that too. Oh, and just so chat knows, you're allowed with the whatchamacallit, with the bid wars to divvy it up as much as you'd like. You know, you don't have to put all the same thing. You can divvy it up if you want. You can do it however you would like. Yeah, and slowly but surely things just getting back into closer and closer to normal. I was talking to my dad yesterday or today. Like, they still kind of run together, but he was kind of talking about that too. About how, like, you know, him and my mom got to go visit my grandma. I didn't talk about it much at the time, right? But like, right at the beginning of this, like last April, my grandfather passed away from pneumonia, and I couldn't even like go. And my mom hadn't seen my grandma since, because like, my mom was just like, I work in a school. I am not going to like bring that over there. So, you know, my mom in the past like month and a half has been able to visit my grandma, visit visit her 2 sisters. They had brunch one day, which was amazing. Visit a couple, my dad's like sister and her husband. See my brother. It's so nice. You just like, there's a lot of things that we just, like you said, kind of took for granted for forever. It's just like, yeah, I can see them whenever. And then we went through a long stretch where like that was not the case, and now it's like, okay, things are getting back to normal. This is cool. Like, you go say hi to people. I'm like, I know personally, I'm gonna go see my cousin, I think next week for the first time since so I'll start. And he was someone I used to have lunch with like 2 or 3 times a month. I haven't seen him since. So I'm very, very excited also, and I'm happy that you're able to do things. I do need to, like, I need to maybe figure out a time in July. You know, I can't do it right now, but maybe in July and go see one of those, like, minor league baseball games like you did, because that looked really fun.
If I may be so bold.
Evan, if you'd be so kind as to face me. Water slide. Yo, nice.
Golly!
Yes.
Was really, yeah. It really is. Like, and you know, there's this like weird feeling, at least this weird feeling that I got, where it's like, you know, it's something everyone's going through, so like I don't want to complain, but it's really doing a number on me, so I need to complain. Yo, take care, Penguin. Thank you again for all them gifty subs. I really appreciate it, friend. Enjoy your weekend visiting. Enjoy finally letting her friends know that you exist, or being able to meet her friends actually, so that they know that you exist. That was really funny. Yeah, it really is very different. It really is. I know, like, and I know it was kind of a meme, right? But I know, like, I was actually gonna meet up with Bampy, right, like, sometime soon before it started, because we were gonna, like, get some food. I think ice cream is what it was. From, like, some little thing from Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like, if we do this, I'll get you ice cream. It's like, okay. And we haven't been able to do that, because, you know, wildness. But slowly and surely, you know, each week is getting a little bit better than the previous one. And there will be a time soon where it's just like, okay, I feel kind of normal again. Whee! I don't... Oh, cool! That was neat. Okay, I'm on board.
Yes.
To all. I still can't believe that, like, I actually emailed, Twitch and was like, hey, my stupid bot keeps getting gift subs. Like, can you just, like, can I just give a permanent gift sub to it so it stops? And it's like, no. I'm like, really? Please? I don't want the money. Like, I'll do it. Someone says pizza for that? Nice. Yeah, it's much less about the ice cream. Oh, here we go. I guess we'll go kill these things too. No reason not to.
Watch your back. Eat this.
Ow.
Eat this.
Yo, rude. Green one, do you wanna heal me? The green ones heal if you, like, get their special thing. Oh, cool. There we go.
Ahoy there!
Pufferwalk doodads. You cast it. So when it said water slide, I just assumed it would be a slide of, like, you know, that I would slide down, like, on my back. Instead, you just, like, literally just slide across it, and it's way cooler. Way cooler. Oh, this is one of those incarnate things. Kill it! They give so much experience! Yeah! Yeah, we Sonic now. Running around at the speed of sound. Okay, speaking of Sonic, I'll be honest with y'all. I had more fun with Sonic Adventure 2 than I thought I would. Like, there were obviously moments where I was like, this is dumb. But there were also a lot of moments that I was just having a grand old time.
Here goes nothing.
Oh, excuse me? A glowing roaring sword? Yeah. That was kind of my takeaway too. And I'm sure there's other good ones. Don't get me wrong, there was some stupid stuff. I hated the Knuckles levels. Oh, those are the worst.
Make yourselves useful. Need a little help here.
Oh, treasure chesty. Sweet. So yeah, cool thing with the incentives, we have now unlocked Portal Reloaded, which is the multi-dimensional Portal mod that's come out like a month ago. That's apparently really fun. So I'm looking forward to playing that. We'll start penciling that in for next week at some point. I don't know how long it is, but it should be fun. Anything with like multi-dimensions and being a puzzle thing should like blow my mind a lot. So I'm hoping it's I'm hoping it's really fun. I've heard good things about it. Yeah, a lot of bad games are also fun. You're absolutely right. We're like there's I should say a lot of bad games are also fun. I should say that there's definitely a genre of game where like you know they're bad but you don't care because it's a good time. Okay, I got a question for you, chat. We're gonna ask random questions here as I like work my way through here. What's your like favorite bad game? Like a game that you know is bad, but you're just like, I don't care, I love it anyways. It's just fun. Yeah, better than a good game that's not fun. And I've played my fair share of those too, where it's like, I understand why people like it, but I just don't enjoy it. Yo, level up. Killed me. Nice. Oh, up some. Final Fantasy 14. Based on that screenshot you showed me of Final Fantasy 11, it sounds like that's one of them. I cannot believe they actually called it a brown mage. I cannot believe it. Yeah, that was miserable to read. So, who made 11? That wasn't like Yoshi P, right? Like 11's totally different people, right? Yeah, I was trying to think of one off the top of my head and couldn't think of one. That's why I started asking chat. But, like, I know... Hold on. In fact, hold on. I'm going to find one real quick. A game that's, like... Where I go, I know it's bad, but I don't care. I enjoyed it. Let me see. Does Lightning Returns count? Because I like Lightning Returns, even though, like, I know it's not a good game. What about 13-2? I know a lot of people don't like 13-2. And I know it's just, like, nonsense. Oh, why don't I just say Virtue's Last Reward? Because that game's also, like, terrible, but amazing at the same time, and I loved it and I didn't care. Can I go backwards on these slides? I cannot. Oh, I come here. I see. Oh, I don't think I've heard of Bionicle. Oh, oops. I think I messed up. Oh, right through here. Gotcha. Wow, this dungeon's pretty long compared to everything else we've come across this game so far.
No.
Here goes.
Jeez. Wow. This jellyfish is being a big problem. There we go. Yoshi no part of 11? Okay. You don't know what he did before. He's given with you along the system? Nice! (13-2) and Lightning Returns are great games. With Fire Emblem Fates? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I really like 13-2 and Lightning Returns. I actually am, like, a huge fan of the 13 series. Like a massive fan. But I know that a lot of people just kind of hate that entire series. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. It's because it was so different when it came out, right? But I liked it. So what's wrong with Fire Emblem Fates? I always hear good things about Fire Emblem games. I'm surprised that it is in the bad game category. Yo, this underground, like, ocean thing is, like, super neat. I really like it. The abyss. Deeper than deep. Darker to boot. I was watching more of Fire Emblem Three Houses that Quinn was playing today. It was super cool. Game looks good. Hilda. Hilda.
Well.
Oh, this one takes us to the bottom. Good. Story is trashy. 2 versions and a 3rd DLC. True route. Oh, and it wasn't DLC route? Oh no! Oh, Bamfi, who's your from 3 houses? You played it outside of like the main 3 like leaders of each house. So no Claude, no Edelgard, and no whoever the other one is. I don't remember. Who's your favorite like Fire Emblem character? I stand like Scythia so far.
Your Majesty, it is I, Leander. Please, you must come to your senses.
It is too
just from 3 houses. I don't.
I'm afraid.
Oh, none would be. I thought you were like super into Claude. I'm sorry, because I remember I liked Claude when I was watching you play. But just from 3 houses. I don't know all of the other ones yet, unfortunately.
Henceforth, she shall be my puppet.
Conquest, one of the hardest FE games. Ooh. He rules not your fate. Gotcha, gotcha. Your queen is gone. Henceforth, she shall be my puppet, nothing more. Yo, good call, Blue Braid. I'm gonna give this to you. I'm gonna give you credit for this one. You said it was a fake queen, but it's the queen being puppeteered by like the bad guy. So like, I'm gonna give you credit for that because it's not really the queen.
You will return her to me now.
Tell me, why do you even care? Her people think little of her. She is powerless, weak, unloved.
Hydropolis would be nothing without its queen.
Need to clean my glasses. You gonna say Hilda? Yeah, Hilda's pretty great too.
Even were I inclined to tell you, you would not understand.
So be
Quinn's
it.
got a nice Hilda command where Hilda starts chanting Hilda, Hilda. It's great. I love it. I spam it more than I should.
I surrender to none but Her Majesty.
Leander.
Is she coming around?
A good game that sucks? Oh, for a good game that sucks. Danganronpa V3? I'm gonna be honest, okay, so I tried to start playing Danganronpa V3 again, and then I just got like... I just sputtered out. I just didn't finish it. Yet again. I got through, I got through the case with like the Existol, and you didn't know who was inside it. And I was just like, I'll finish this later. I just haven't picked it back up again. Bernadetta? Nice! Bernie.
Your kingdom is doomed. But then beauty never lasts.
Oh!
Brain skimmer. Then the King's bond truly is broken.
You heard the man, Evan. No King's Bond. Meaning we've got ourselves a kingmaker to clobber.
Brine Skimmer.
Come on!
Take that! Clobber him!
Yo. Get him, Higgledies. 2,700 by the Higgledies. Good grief. Yeah, out of nowhere, the enemy levels, like, very much caught up to me.
Uh-oh! This ain't looking too good!
Don't let me down!
Oh, it takes no damage right now. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. I remember this part. You like release the Higgledies, and then the new Higgledies come up and like get really mad and beat up the enemy. Ah. Oh my goodness, they gave me... They just gave me like a pod from Nier Automata to just like keep beating it up. Sure. Aw, it's gone.
Need a little help here.
Level 5.
Need a little help here.
Oh cool, it shoots automatically. Oh, I'm frozen. Ow. Yes. Yes. Ow. I can't see anything. Okay. Okay, let me see. Been scrolling Steam, found two other options. Rabby Ribby, a Metroidvania with cool bullet hell bosses and too much fan service. Oh, I didn't know about that one. Oh, there's Honeypot because despite everything, it's a genuinely good puzzle game. Yeah, like the Bejeweled game was pretty fun from what I saw. Did you ever get the second one? I'm fine, Leander. Not one but two kingmakers now falling at your hand. Impressive. I have what I came for. Till we meet again. Have you ever heard of Rabby Ribby? Might at some point? Yeah. I mean, if the first one's a good puzzle game, like...
Hey.
You know what? I've got one. A bad game that I actually really, really liked. Like, the whole time I was playing it, I was like, this is dumb. This is bad. But I like it. Monster Prom. Monster Prom was a fun game.
Of course.
And, like, it should be really dumb. But, like, I liked it anyways.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean by that exactly? You also have played Sight? Yeah, I don't think there's anything to be ashamed for admitting that you played, like, a game on Steam. Like... Sold many, many copies.
Meow meow choco chow.
Yo, Quinn! Thanks for that raid. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? I hope you are doing well. We just beat a big bossarino in Ni No Kuni 2. How did the rest of your Fire Emblem 3 houses go? Hilda. Hilda. Place in which you now stand was destroyed some 300 years ago. Oh, let me do this. I don't have the thing set up. Oh man. I'll have to do that next time.
What?
I'll have to remember to do that. Hey! Oh, let me also do this though. Oh, thank you. You got me, Bam. I appreciate it. Oh, do you switch to 14? Yeah, Quinn started playing 14 also. Another one caught in the clutches of the award-winning MMO Final Fantasy 14 that currently has a free trial all the way to level 60, including the award-winning expansion Heavensward. Our king's continued existence is thanks solely to Queen Nerea's intervention. It is her gaze that protects us, her magic channeled through the great watchful power of the eye that turns back time to save us again and again. Were it not for Queen Nerea and the eye, we would have failed into obscurity long ago. Oh, let me see this. Let me see this relevant thing. Mutual, someone who plays 14. Another one of my mutuals started playing that fucking... That's really good. It's a good game. It's a good game. You've been enjoying playing just a bit at the end? Yeah! Just, you know, not too much. Just get a little something done here and there. I definitely know what that's like. I did that for quite a while. I streamed 14 for a little bit when I first started playing. I'm glad you're having fun. How far are you now? I know you said you did your first dungeon the other day, right? And now you're leveling up the thaumaturge. That's what all the laws are about. One more life or one less, and it all comes tumbling down. Queen has maintained her vigil for 3 centuries, never knowing a moment's sleep. You too would be short of temper. You too would vent your frustrations on those around you. But all that she's done for us. All that she's sacrificed for her beloved subjects. I should keep doing the bitch. You might eventually play. Listen. Hold on. Oh, what was the other one? What's the other one? Oh, I can't remember what the number is, but it's like 6 million players can't be wrong. Final Fantasy 14 is a fun game. It'll be better once you finally kill the final raid boss. Is it 20 million? Yeah, I knew it was like a large number. I just didn't remember how much. Level 8 Thaumaturge, level 21 Lancer. Nice! Getting that that pointy stick closer and closer to Dragoon. That's awesome. That's a huge number. Oh, of course, definitely not active. Probably just like 20 million accounts, overall. But like that's still a ton. Oh, that's so cool.
Wow.
One of the things I like about 14 so much, especially like when you first start playing, is that like there's just so many things to do. You do some main story quests, and then you like go level another class, and you go check this out, then that out, and then this out, and suddenly like you look at the clock, you've been playing for 5 hours, you have no idea what you've even accomplished, but you had a good time. This guy still thinks we're gonna kill 12. Oh no, Pappy, you're gonna kill 12. I promise. Y'all are gonna clear the raid tier. I know it. I believe in y'all. How's it going? You were unharmed, I hope. You knew all along.
Yes.
And so I vowed to serve you no matter what. I see. But the cracks are beginning to show at last. I fear that Hydropolis does not have long.
Yes.
And that's why we need the ether. Do you remember, Leander, the promise we made to one another as children? But you just said she's like centuries old, and this other dude's just a dude. Okay, that's fine. I'm not gonna think too hard on this. Oh, they're super cute.
Hey, Leander. One day we will marry, and you will be my king. We will rule together. Promise me.
They're super cute. Kind of chilling tonight? Yeah, it's been going good. We're kind of just chilling too. We're playing Ni No Kuni 2. I don't really know what's going on anymore, but like there's lots of little things to go do. And I accomplished the things I'm trying to do like very quickly. So I'm having a good time. We just got done fighting like some big boss that was pretty neat. You're actually right at the end. Need people to learn your advanced relativity strat. Give up on it in favor of the better PF strat. yeah, I remember those days of, hey, I've come up with this strat, let's do this. And then eventually just being like, okay, so Party Finder is full of people smarter than me, so why don't we just do what they're doing? Yo, that's pretty close though. I'm gonna call it now. On your first clear, I'm gonna call it now. On the first clear, the gunbreaker weapon's gonna drop for you.
I promise that I will marry you. That I will
I love all the
always
artwork in
protect
this
you,
game.
That I will never leave your side.
Do you
The
swear
artwork in this game is just so
on your
pretty.
I do, Your Majesty. I do.
Oh, Leander, I love you.
Aww.
How could I forget? It is my most cherished memory. And the reason I gave my life to you in service.
I don't know who this guy's voice actor is, but I definitely recognize it from some game.
But that was not what I asked of you. I asked that you become my husband, my king.
But the law of Hydropolis forbids it. I could not become king.
Yeah.
I cannot.
She's made like 8,000 new rules. I think she can make a new one, dude.
Do not pretend, Leander. You know better than any man of this realm. Whosoever possesses the ether possesses the right to rule.
Yeah, I haven't played Xenoblade, but it wouldn't surprise me if I knew it from somewhere else.
It was the first king of Hydropolis who brought it back with him, and with it claimed his
You
crown.
came up with a week 1 strat? That always feels good when you finally look and go, oh yeah, so we came up with what they did.
Such as I cannot.
Who better? Who else has guarded this realm more vigilantly? Cared for it more faithfully? As queen, I can accept no other. You must marry me. I command you.
I don't know how I feel about this.
But your majesty, I cannot.
Why? For the sake of the kingdom? The hallowed realm over which we have watched.
Is he
for so
really?
long. If we are joined in marriage...
Hold on, I gotta look. I'm sorry, I gotta look, because every once in a while, I just got to know. Every once in a while, I just gotta know. You know what I mean? Nothing else I'd recognize. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't think that's what I was hearing, so I'm just gonna say that I was incorrect.
Yes. And I cannot allow that to happen.
Let go, Leander. This realm may fade, but another will soon blossom in its place. New life, a new kingdom. It should have happened long ago.
Yeah, there's been a couple in this game where I keep thinking like, oh, I know who that is, and it just is
I
not.
had to have one last day by your side.
Your Majesty.
But it is time at last. I am ready, Leander. The wheel must turn again for Hydropolis. And if it brings our destruction, then so be it. It also brings truth.
Your mind is made up then?
It is.
I will.
Aw, cute. Good for them. I'm enjoying
The preparations for our union.
the way
will
that each of
begin
these
at once.
areas are
But you
rolling,
need
where
not
it's
remain to
like
oversee them.
the person in charge is
I
kind of
hereby
a
release
shady
you from your
scumbag,
duties.
and then you find out that no, they're just
You
being
are
controlled.
free.
They're actually like pretty cool.
These travelers have need of your aid. Go with them. Forget the concerns of our kingdom for a time.
Yeah, I saw that one too, Blue Braid, but I didn't recognize that character off the top of my head.
Truly.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Leander joins the party permanently. Oh, I was not expecting us to get another party member. I don't know why,
Thank you.
but I didn't. Your pact shall be signed. Speak with me when you're ready to proceed. Well, I am ready to proceed. The Declaration of Interdependence.
Let our nations be joined for the sake of the world.
How far did you, if you're still around, Quinn? How far did you get into Fire Emblem?
United we stand as one single land.
I've really been enjoying watching the Fire Emblem Three Houses stream.
The pact is sealed. Our nations stand together. And now I must bid you farewell. Pray take care of my betrothed until his return.
We will. That is, assuming you're still happy to join us, Leander.
Of course. I only hope that I may be of use.
Oh, good reminder, chat, before I forget.
You will be.
On Fridays, during this month, we were streaming a month straight, the month of nonsense, right? This is day 3 out of 30 in a row.
And for his troubles, he had succeeded
on Fridays, the stream will be like during the day because I have D&D at nights.
With it came a great asset.
So tomorrow, I believe it's either 1 or 2 Eastern. I don't recall. I'll have to check the schedule. I think it's 1 Eastern. We're going to be playing something called Little Nightmares. It's apparently a puzzle game. That's pretty interesting. I've heard pretty solid things. They came out with a sequel like this week or last week or something.
How strange.
2 p.m. Thank you.
Yes, but I learned something there.
So that'll be fun.
Fiercely a leader can long to protect their nation. And
I will tell you now though that I will not do any of the incentives for the for the month of nonsense on the Fridays because I do know that that's a different schedule than what we normally stream, and I'd hate for someone to work towards a specific incentive and then not get to see it.
and Leander.
This chapter went by fast. I've actually realized that most of the stuff in
There's
this
still a
game
way to go.
that's time consuming
Still an
are side
awful lot
quests.
to learn.
The actual chapters are like very, very quick.
Yes, I know. I've really only just begun.
In order to grow, we must first realize how small we are. It's going to be fun watching you grow into your older, wiser self.
Huh? What do you mean?
You're too busy building your kingdom to notice anything else, aren't you? All right. I'll see you soon, Evan.
Yes.
I still have no idea what's going on with tea time here. No idea, Steel. I would like to save my progress, thank you.
My inventions will change the world. I'll finish the perpetual fission reactor if it's the last thing I do.
Zip, please.
Alright. That place is very different.
I don't care what it costs.
Well, that doesn't look good.
Chapter 6. The Price of Power.
Greetings.
As some of you already know, I am Leander, Archon of Hydropolis.
I'll be counting on you.
For your kind offer of assistance, I hereby appoint you my junior consul. You will serve under Roland. It will be an honor. I shall try not to disappoint you. Ah, you won't. A fine appointment, to be sure. I only have one question. Who will we be setting our pact sign-in sights on next? There are only two major nations left. Broadleaf and Ding Dong Dell. We're going to Broadleaf, I guess.
Blimey.
But isn't Broadleaf on the other side of that great big oceanic rift? You've not heard of it? Interesting. Oh, well that's terrifying. Created when a powerful evil shook the very foundations of Earth many centuries ago. And when it arose, a division was created between the inner and outer parts of the ocean. Broadleaf lies on the other side of that divide. We can't get there by sea.
Well, no.
We ain't flying. But we don't need to fly. We'll have our boat leap over the obstacle. Yeah, we've actually made it somewhat far. We're going into chapter 6. It took me a while to get rolling on it. But it seems to me now that, like, the actual main story chapters are relatively short. And a lot of, like, the... what's the word I want to look for? A lot of the meat of the game comes in, like, the side quests. Like, for chapter 5, we didn't really go do any of the side quests just now. You know, trying to recruit any other villagers. The little weird banner battles. And we ended up doing it in like 2.5 to 3 hours. And that's including some of like the kingdom building. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't take you for a comedian. Can it really be the case that you have never seen a boat jump before? I guess I have if we... Is a jet ski a boat? Yeah, right? I've definitely seen those, like, jump the waves. But... I don't think that's what you're talking about, dude.
Of course.
Certain modifications are required. With my guidance in the proper facilities, they can soon be made. Okay, so we gather our ship builders. Alright, cool. Yeah, there's also like a bunch of side quests like the, I don't remember what they call it, but it's essentially Facebook pop-ups that come up. Where they're like, hey, go try to find this location that we sent you a picture of. Yeah, I mean, if the boat can jump, I'm all aboard. I'm all for that. Yo, give me that 5,000. Tireless efforts of the citizenry. Doing work. Okay. Manage the kingdom. Can I level this one up? Yes. Okay. Evermore spell works. Now what can we do here? Level 3 spell development? Nature's Tongue? Speak to plants and animals? Spirit medium? Speak to the departed? Okay. Oh, that's true! That's true! We did do some jumping in Wind Waker. Also, the boat in like various Crash Bandicoot games. I don't have the money for any of these, do I? No. Okay. Well, we patiently wait. What do we got over here for me? Anything good? Foraging techniques? Valuable objects more easily spotted and recovered on land? What do we got over here? Need 5,000 gold to level that one up. Okay. I guess we just have nothing going on again? That feels weird, though. What about you? Quality weapon development? Don't have the money for that one. I also want to play Wind Waker. Wind Waker's so good. Oh, he's really good at this. Sure. Bag of balls. You got me. Let's go. So where are we going? Where are we dropping? Oh, ask Leander about improving the ship. Okay. Yeah, Wind Waker's really good. So I've never played Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword. So I'm looking forward to playing those. I've watched them a bunch, but I haven't played them myself. But I love me some Wind Waker. Oh, I have to build a shipyard? Okay. That's reasonable, I suppose. Shipyard. It costs 3,800 to build the shipyard. So I have to build the shipyard before I can continue.
Hey.
And I need how much for that? $3,800. Okay. So, we have to wait for a while before we can continue the game. So let's go to Hydropolis and just see if there's, like, people to recruit.
Thank you!
Yo, Bamfy! Thank you for gifting that sub to Quinn. Quinn, enjoy the little chocobo next to your name and your emotes. I really appreciate it. Let me fix this up. Boop. That gets us 6 out of 10 towards the Ocarina of Time randomizer. Speaking of Zelda. And let me know which of the release and challenge you would like to put them to. Ironmon and SMT3? Gotcha. Boop. Oh, that is not how I do that. So for those that might not know, the way this works is at the end of June, or for the entirety of June, we are going to be putting all subs and sub-equivalent amounts towards... Actually, hold on, let me finish this up. Where is this? No. 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 There it is. Okay. SMT3. There we go. Okay. So for the month of June, all subs or sub equivalent amounts are going to be part of the Month of Nonsense, our month-long event. There is a cumulative number that gets more and more unlocks along the way. Like when we get 10 total, we'll do an Ocarina of Time randomizer. That'll be fun. We've already unlocked Portal, the new Portal like mod thing that came out. And there's a whole bunch of different incentives that you can check out on the incentives tab. But additionally, you also get to put that amount towards the 2 bid wars going on, the challenge bid war and the release bid war. The challenge bid war is Nier Automata all endings, Ultimate Ironmon Pokemon till we win, Breath of the Wild with finding a whole bunch of Koroks. I believe it's 5 Koroks per like. I think it's 25 Koroks per sub. Maybe, or it might be 5. No, hold on. I did this like a week ago, and I don't know why my brain's not working. Okay, 10 of them for every sub. It's 10 Koroks for every sub. So if we get, like 30 subs during the month, we'll find 300 Koroks while we play Breath of the Wild. And same thing with Super Mario Odyssey. We'll get that many moons. And then the release bid war is whichever one at the end of the month has the most, I'm going to buy it and we're going to play it, like, immediately. So, lots of stuff going on. Kind of the most confusing thing we've done, probably, in terms of the different amount of things happening. However, I think it gives people a lot of bang for the buck, a lot of things to, like, focus on while we do this. Should be a good time. And I appreciate it, Bamfy. What's that mean exactly? We're going fishing. But there was no better spot to, like, give the plug than you have to wait to get more golds before you can continue the game, so. SMT3 hype, SMT Fog? Yeah, so we try to do, like, a fun little event, usually twice a year. Usually one in the summer and one, like, over the holidays at the end of the year. And I always try to do it in a way where viewers get, like, a whole bunch of stuff, like, a whole bunch of bang for their buck, a whole bunch of value. Where, like, it's not just going to one thing, but usually multiple things. And it's usually a good time. Usually we have a lot of fun. It helps us, like, navigate the stream schedule for a while, figure out what we want to do. Go find the mer person who's been following the fisherman. Yeah, let's make this our active quest. And I do know that Chatterino is super excited about SMT3. And I'm excited too. I was watching Quinn play it because I'd never seen SMT, right? And I was like, well, let me like watch this and make sure, just to be sure, so that I know what I'm getting myself into. And I do now, and I'm totally okay with it. It looks awesome.
Welcome to Swift Solutions.
Oh, you have more tasks for me? Do you have any like new villagers? You do. Okay, so we have 140 of these. So we can try to grab all of these villagers. Oh, but I don't have quite enough. I need 24 more. Okay. So let's take on new tasks. Oh, I have all my tasks. Okay. Let's turn in these tasks. Nope, wrong button. Yo, that's 20 tokens of gratitude right there. Let's go. And now we get the last villager. So we just pick up like, 5 to 10 villagers again. And then trade them. We of course gotta go find them all first. But yeah, this person's awesome. I love this person. They fill up my village. 100% in this game must be like a bazillion different things. Oh, I really should see how long the 100% speedrun is of this game. Anyone got an estimate on what they think it would be? Go hunting? Okay. Yeah, come join my kingdom. Hand me a bow and I'll prove my worth. 8 hours? Yeah, I'm thinking like... I'm thinking the speedrun's gotta be in the 8 to 12 hour range. It just seems like there's a lot of things going on. And a lot of it's not even just combat.
Yeah.
Yes, join my team, thank you. You think it would be longer? That eye is so creepy. It's so creepy. And it blinks. I like it even less when it blinks. Look at it, watching us. It knows we're discussing how long the speedrun is. I would guess 100% speedrun means all quests completed, all side quests completed, and all villagers. Oh, is there no 100% category? Chat, are y'all ready for the Synthetica world record attempt? 30-something hours eventually, but like, we're gonna get there.
Oh.
I'm a diver.
Huh?
Talk to Glaucus. Okay. Oh, you're a different person. Ooh. I'm kind of surprised that there's no 100%.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Aw, they like each other. That's cute. Oh. Well, that didn't go well. 80% category is 4 hours on PC. It didn't do it. You know a game has a lot of stuff when even speedrunners are like, I'm not doing that. I'm nothing more than a colleague. I don't know if that's entirely true. Grab his attention? My secret talent.
Oh.
Cookery? The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. The way to anyone's heart is through their stomach. Yo, oh. Delicious food. There's 9 runners on this total. Yeah, you know what? I'm not surprised.
Thank you. Yes.
However, if we spend 4 hours of our life, when I'm done with this game, I can be officially a top 10 speed runner for a game. Top 10. I can put that on like my resume. I can put it like stream titles, you know, Twitter bio. Yeah. So I know we talked a little bit about it. I'm pretty like... Oh, here we go. I'm okay with what I've been doing, but I don't love it, you know? Yeah, verified. How do you get verified? You become like a top 10 Ni No Kuni 2 speedrunner. Hey. You wish me to eat this? Please, while it's still warm. There's a lot of things about this game I like. Don't get me wrong. But there are some things that like really push my buttons. Like what we're doing right now, where we are literally unable to continue the game until time passes so that our kingdom can make enough money for us to build the thing we need to build. It's just really rough, right? I feel like that's a design flaw. I feel like the things that you're supposed to, like, that you need to continue should be free. And you can just do them, like, immediately.
Hello.
There's a race at RPG Limit Break. Really? Between 5 people? Oh, I love I love like the RPG Limit Break stuff.
Oh.
Oh, we're in June, aren't we? That means we're like a month away from SGDQ, right?
Oh.
Nothing really disliked, nothing really grabbing you either. Yeah, so the art style is beautiful. I love the art style. I like the music a lot. The story is just, it's okay. Nothing super special. But like nothing bad either. I'll let you yeah, so I looked into that, Bamfy. It's even worse, right? So something costs like 2,350 gold to make. No, I'm sorry. It was 1,350 gold to make. And it was going to take 40 minutes. And then I could spend 2,100 gold to make it go 10% faster. And I was just like, that's a bad system. Take a deep breath or two. July 4th to 11th. Nice. Hopefully, I love the GDQs. I simply overcome with joy. Your cooking is wonderful. Make a meal for me again sometime, please? Of course, whenever you like. Aw, our plan's working. Good for them. Oh, Bamf, you're right. You're absolutely right. You can't speedrun a game that, like, has forced time waiting. Hey, come on. Come to the team.
What?
Oh, no. Oh, this is not one of the free ones.
Here.
Get ingredients. Yeah, the GDQs are something I look forward to every year. Yeah, I guess every 6 months. There's usually 5 or 6 things that just make me incredibly happy to be watching it, like, every time it comes on. $25 speedrun? You joke, but one person I watched named Zero, I think it's Zero Scar, does Final Fantasy XII Order of Ambrosia percentage, which is getting the highest rank in the clan. And it's literally like a 20-something hour speedrun. I think he's knocked it down from under it's under 24 now. But it is bonkers. Get some Soctopuses. Okay. Can we talk about how the names in this game are amazing? Soctopus is pretty cute. Is it around 22 now? Oh, that's how long the race took? Oh my gosh. I probably could go back now. But there are more Questorinos to find. Yeah, look, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more people to pick up. Cool. Good grief. Yeah, I know the Breath of the Wild 100% run was like 20-something hours for a period of time. I think they've got it like under a day again. The musician.
Yes.
My voice, the witch. Is that what happened? We'll get your voice back for you. Let's go. Alright. We can do that.
Hey there.
So, yeah, suddenly your day's gone. It's like, okay, I'm gonna speedrun, and then at this time tomorrow I'll be done. I got a lot of love for people that are able to do it, though. Yeah, Persona ones are like really long, aren't they? Because I don't think there's any sequence breaks in Persona games. OGP5 world record is like 15 hours. Good grief, that's a lot of hours. While we're talking about speedruns, I don't know if I mentioned it to chat or if it's just on the list, but I'm in the market of potentially learning the Final Fantasy 13 2 speedrun. I actually asked someone that was speedrunning 13. I was like, I'm looking to learn a new speedrun. Would you recommend 13 or 13 2? And the answer I got was that 13 is literally one of the hardest ones, and 13 2 is literally one of the easiest ones. So, got a little lucky, I guess. So I went ahead and chose not the hard one, because I'm a baby. On hard, true ending is 15 hours. Good grief. Oh, it's so pretty. Look at this. Oh. Gosh. Where am I? I'm here. I need to go down and to the right. Actually, why don't I do this? Oh, no, don't do that. I don't know. You learned a cool glitch for Last of Us? I've never actually played The Last of Us. I've heard really good things about the first one, and I've heard, like, very mixed things about the second one. But I also heard that they're making a movie of it, which is, like, super cool. Yeah, I really want to play it, too. I also love learning speedruns, and you, like, learn how to do cool glitches, and you're just like, hell yeah, I'm awesome. Yeah, I've heard really, 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 really good things about the first one. Second one's fine. Yeah, that's pretty much what I've heard. I've heard the second one is let me try to think of the right way to phrase this. A convoluted mess would be the way it was described to me. Where, like, you could recognize what they were trying to do with it and what lesson they were trying to, like, instill on the player. But it was just so jumbled and back and forth that, like, it was hard for it to land. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely one of those things where, especially when, like, you're so hyped because the first one was so good, right? Because, as far as I know, the first one was amazing.
Hi. Crikey. Hey.
When it ends up being, like, just it gets kind of, like, crapped on a little harder than it would otherwise.
What the flip?
So it must be a masterpiece. I'll make this my active quest, too. Oh, I don't know what the item they challenged me to find. Oh, gosh. I wasn't reading this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like... Wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Okay. I'm pretty sure that, like... it winning awards means it's the greatest thing ever, right? Yeah, I also know there's a lot of people that... I should say a lot. I've definitely seen people that, like, really like it and really go to bat for it. But I'd like to play the first one. I'd also like to play... I always forget what it's called. There's a... Okay, so I love the Tomb Raider games, right? Like, I love Tomb Raider. I love Horizon Zero Dawn, which had very Tomb Raider-y elements. And there is another series that's like Tomb Raider, but it's only on PlayStation, so I've never got to play it. And you're some dude named Uncharted. Thank you. Yes, Uncharted. And I'd really like to play it sometime because, like, I've heard really good things about that one too. Nathan Drake. Yes. I almost said Drake. I didn't get the first name, but Yeah, kind of like Zero Time Dilemma, where like some people that really like it will super go to bat for it, and some people that like wishes it was as good as the previous game just kind of like crap on it maybe harder than they should. Like, let's be realistic, without going too much into it, because I know not everyone here has played Zero Escape. The first Zero Escape game is like probably like a 7 out of 10. Like, it's really good. It's really interesting. It gets wild. I like it. The second Zero Escape game is like a 9 out of 10. That game's awesome. I freaking loved that game. Like, it's an A+ game. And then Zero Time Dilemma is like a, you know, it's like a 4 or 5 out of 10. Like, it's totally fine. It's a relatively average game. It's got some good elements. It's got some things that didn't work for it. But it's still a good time. I'd probably say closer to 5 to 6. But, you know, the way some people talk about it, it's either like a 0 out of 10 or... And, like, it's definitely not a 0 out of 10. It had plenty of solid elements to it. If you like the first two games, like, it had a lot of similar qualities. It's a bit samey, but generally pretty fun. Yeah. So I played the new Tomb Raider series. What is it? Like, Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider, and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Those games are great. All three of them were just, like, a blast to play. But there were some times in those games that it felt like very samey. Where you're like, okay, I understand the loop that I'm doing everywhere. Yeah, I guess let's go try to do this thing. Oh no, I'm missing 2. We'll start here again. VLR is like a 9 out of 10. Yeah, Virtue's Last Reward is awesome. If someone has not played the Zero Escape series, I would highly suggest getting the thing on Steam where it's the first 2 games as a package. Because that thing was just... The first game is good. The second game is great. And it gives you a lot of bang for your buck, too. I think the second game is like 40-something hours for me. And it's like $20 for both games or something. 25 maybe. Very good time. Yeah, I think the more I'm thinking of it, I think I would say that the Nonary games is like a 7. Like a 6.5 to a 7. Virtue's Last Reward is like a 9 to 9.5. And then Zero Time Dilemma is like a 5.5 to a 6. Like, not the best, but not bad. Yeah, come to my kingdom. Okay. Now I have like a whole bunch of people to like figure out what to do with. So you don't know what they are until they're free? Oh, really? That reminds me of something similar but different that I looked into today. Because when I realized that we had finished Zero Escape and I had nothing, like the schedule was incorrect, I was looking at what else to maybe stream. Has anyone like actually used the EA Play thing for like the $4.99 a month and then like you get to play some games? Because I want to know very specifically, can I play Jedi Fallen Order from start to finish on that? Because it looked like some games you only got to do a quote-unquote early access thing where you got to play it for like a handful of hours. And then you had to buy the game itself. And I don't want to spend $4.99 to like not do that, right? Someone predicted Tomb Raider ended up being Among Us. Oh no! Among Us is the free game is yikes, it's like $2.50 or $5. Fiery Ogre Bow. Okay. Well, we have lots of things to do now. I guess the first thing I'll do is go back to Evermore. We can probably, like, assign 8,000 people to different things. Alright, well, we have our money now. That was a lot of it, actually. Manage your kingdom. First things first, I need to build this thing so we can continue on with the game. And that's the shipyard. And then what? I'll put people in Spellworks. Triton. Hubble Bubblery. Okay. 200 IQ acquired. Yeah, we'll need more people here. Oh, I can't fix this one yet. Okay. Mining facilities. Okay. You can't do this yet, so do that. Hunting Lodge, Weapons, Explorer Guild. Oh, we have no gold. Just ask him and he says you would be able to do that. Yo, I really appreciate it. That's good to know, because like I watched the trailer for that game and it looked pretty rad. It looked pretty good. But I didn't want to like, you know, get 5 hours into a game and then be told that like I can't play it anymore or anything. So I wasn't sure. Thank you very much for checking that out for me. I really appreciate it. Jedi Fallen Order. It's like a Star Wars game that's apparently a mix of Tomb Raider and Dark Souls, is how it's been explained to me. Which, you know, sounds pretty cool to me. You hadn't wanted to shell out the money for it. Yeah, so that's kind of my thing with it too. It's like I did not want to shell out $60 for it or $50 for it. But if I can get the EA Play thing and just, you know, play it over the course of a month and then not own the game itself, like I'd be cool with that. That was really fun. Some really good things about that. Yeah, I'm glad that chat's heard that, you know, positive things about that one too. Maybe we'll try that out pretty soon, like next week. I'll have to see if my computer can run it.
Hey there.
Went and did it quickly as you like. Now, okay, so we've got the thing done. Jumping the boat. Your ship has been modified, and you're now able to jump the Great Rift in the ocean. Sail up to the right spot, displayed in the picture, and you'll fly over automatically. The kingdom founded on a mysterious art known as science.
Huh?
It's a means of manipulating the powers of nature, like magic, but unlike it. It's ruled by President Zip Vector, the inventor, some kind of genius. Thanks to his ingenuity, what began as a small business has grown into a great industrial nation almost overnight. Alas, it seems these things have not been going so well for him of late. There are reports of political unrest and of discontent among the populace. Another kingdom with problems. Something tells me we're about to walk into another fine mess.
Oh, come on.
Oh, stop being so miserable. Let's get going. I, for one, can't wait to see the blaze. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can run that game before I actually get like the EA Play stuff, because if y'all remember, Horizon Zero Dawn actually ran at like 100% on my computer at some points, as did the Outer Worlds. So we were kind of like stretching the limits of what we were able to do. I would come up to a like a place where I guess a loading zone would be what I'm looking for. In Horizon Zero Dawn, and the game would just slow to a crawl for a second. What do you got?
Gosh.
Hi.
Brand new academic tome.
Oh.
Where has it gone? Okay, so he needs to find his book. Here's how the spell works.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That's literally, like, not very far. Oh, that's an iron nugget? Really? There it is. Thanks. Well, I'm gonna get SMT3 on the PC if I get it, I think. Because it came out on Steam as well. I think of all those lists, I think Snap, Fire Emblem Three Houses, and Skyward Sword and Super Mario 3D World are the ones that are like Switch exclusive. Yeah, I have been told that like doing it on PC might be ideal. Some sheet music in the pages. Yo, song book. What's that for? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to, if SMT3 wins, we'll have to, and even if it doesn't, eventually when we do play it. Because that's the other thing, is I'm going to eventually play like pretty much all those games at some point, right? It's just whichever one we're doing now. We'll have to like have a little contest, see who can guess correctly how many times Matador kills me. Because that's pretty much as far as I've made it in the game of watching. And it seems like a jerk. Please leave me alone, little ocean slime. Alright, chat, so apparently we're just gonna go flying. Y'all ready? Y'all ever see a flying boat? Oh. Alright. That's pretty cool. A little unexciting. Wow, there's nothing on the side, huh? Ah! You have trauma. Lysithia would have one-shot the the Matador. Too bad she was in the other game. Sorry that the flying boat was too tame for me? Yeah, I guess, like, I'm just... You know, I'm being too picky now. This guy legit created a boat that could fly over a gap instead of plunging into the abyss. And I'm just like, yeah, I guess. I'm a little disappointed, I suppose. Could have looked cooler. Tough crowd tonight. Tough crowd tonight. For our good friend, whatever his name is, that created this. I obtained a splendid squid. No! Say it isn't so. Oh, this thing's like level 47. Holy crap. Yeah, how are we gonna fight in the ocean? Oh, on deck.
Watch your backs.
Cool. Yeah, taste it. Ba-ba-ba-ba. This looks so cool. Where am I? Oh geez, I have a long way to go. Oh, hello. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, darn. I could not escape that one.
Come on!
Oh! Oh, buddy. Higgledies, help! Okay, knock it down. Higgledies, help! Oh, nice level up for someone. Woo! I think I'm supposed to go through here again. Yeah. Oh, it's so pretty. What's over here? Let's explore. Let me in. Oh. I used to see a treasure chesty, and I can't get to it. Oh, sad day. Sad day for the explorers. Do 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 do. Ah, no, 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 that's level 51. I want no part of that. I don't want to catch those hands. Oh, well, this looks promising. This looks promising. BL Aster? Alright, let's fight the blaster. Need to level up some, I suppose. Yo, green Higgledies, heal me, friends. Oh no! That's not the healing Higgledies anymore, that's right. I forgot I took out, like, the healing Higgledies for different Higgledies. Oh, this area looks pretty sweet. A little spooky. A little, you know, poisony it looks like, but we found it. We made it. Oh, that is what that means, isn't it? That makes sense. What is this place?
Oh my!
So the tower is the main city of Broadleaf.
Hey!
I hear it's starting soon. What is? Did you watch the news? The anti-Vector faction is holding a big demonstration.
Wow.
Against the president?
Yeah.
At the landing pad. Let's go take a look. You bet I do. Guess the stories about people here being unhappy were true. We're gonna go and take a look ourselves. A rebellion in Broadleaf. Oh
gosh.
Anything nearby? No. Hey, friend. Beep, 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 boop. Hi there, going up? If so, hop aboard. Man, let's go uptown. That sounds like where we want to go. Wow. Yo, this is giving me big, like, Bioshock Infinite vibes. Of, like, the city in the sky. And I don't know if I should be getting that, or if I just haven't played that game in a while.
Yeah, and
Yeah, this way. Oh, this place is cool. Look at this. It's time. I just start by thanking everyone for coming.
Huh?
I love her goggles that are on her head.
Listen.
Things could be about to get dangerous. You better leave.
Oh.
Rather hoping to go meet President Vector. Meet the president? That's about to happen. I'm Bracken Meadows. I'm chief engineer here at Broadleaf Industries. I'm the one who gathered all these people here today. We're going to try to make President Vector finally listen to what we have to say. We've got to get through to him, to make him hear what the workers this company relies on have to say.
Golly.
He hasn't been the same since we started developing the perpetual fission reactor. He doesn't care about anything except finishing the damn thing, not even his employees' lives. Something like 20 people have already collapsed from overwork. These conditions, they're unacceptable. Yo, give me my sign, tell me what to say, and I'm right there with you, Bracken. Let's go. What kind of leader would do such a thing?
Hey!
Hey, Bracken, he's back. Let's do this.
Look!
What is that thing?
Oh my goodness. That's gonna be our airship. We're gonna drive around with, like, this dude's face on it.
Of some sort.
Oh no, Blue Braid. I was so excited to get an airship, and now I don't want one at all.
We're ready when you are, Bracken. Just say the word.
Thanks, Trey. Maybe now you'll listen, Zip.
For too long, the president has been working us like slaves to get his perpetual fission reactor finished. But we have a message for him. We are not your slaves, Zip. We're not slaves! We're not slaves! We demand workers' rights. We demand...
The face will be remodeled. Oh! Ooh! I like the way you think, Bamfy. Kaboom.
We've had it with being worked half to death. No more reactor. No more overtime. We're not slaves. We're not...
Sounds like I'm gonna have to let some people go.
This dude is just like... Oh no. I already don't like him.
What's that light?
Yeah. I remember the black smoke. So it's gonna be pretty similar, I think, where we find out he's being controlled by Doran.
Finally decided to make an appearance, huh, Mr. President?
What a disappointment to see you leading this ragtag resistance. You know, I expected better of you, Bracken.
I expected better of you, too. Have you forgotten what we said when we started out? We promised to make the world a better place, remember?
And we will! The perpetual fission reactor will change the world forever! And the future will be mine to define!
Even if it means trampling over everybody who helped you make it this far? You used to care about us. You used to be a leader people could trust. But that's all gone. Now it's progress or nothing, no matter the cost. When did you get so broken?
I'm the broken one? Look at yourselves, stuck in the past, left behind by the march of progress. I don't need you anymore.
It is time.
I see. Yeah, I'm surprised that like the bit like that happened already. You know, both of the first times it was like at the end of the chapter that they showed us. All right, so let's just fight the dragon, I guess, right at the beginning. Yo, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you though. Steampunk dragon, pretty cool.
You're right.
This thing's pretty rad. What are you doing, Bastion? How dare you disobey me? God, look at that face. It looks ridiculous. Yo! Awesome!
Do you really think you can stop me? Well, let me tell you something, friend. Anybody who stands in my way gets atomized!
Alright, that's really freaking cool. I don't know why, but every time like you get like the two lasers hitting each other from opposite directions into the big explosion, I kind of pop off. It looks cool every time. I don't care if it's like really overused. I still like it. DBZ instinct. Looks like Bastion's gone. Bastion, Kingmaker of Broadleaf. I had not thought we would actually see the creature for ourselves.
Hey.
Said you were here to see President Vector, right?
Yes.
I'm Evan, King of Evermore. It's a new kingdom in the Heartlands. We have come to ask President Vector to sign a pact with us and join our union of friendly nations.
Holy.
I heard about you guys. Golpon Hydropolis already signed up, right? And now you want us on board too? I guess I don't need to tell you this, but now's not exactly a good time. Yeah. You can say that again. If he set his Kingmaker on his own people, imagine what he'd do to us. He didn't used to be like that. Bracken and me, we founded this whole company with him. We know him better than anybody. It's a perpetual fission reactor. Ever since we started work on it, he's been different somehow. I wouldn't be surprised if this was all DeLorean's doing. Who or what is DeLorean? He's a strange masked man who's going around stealing the king's bonds of all the world's great leaders. We saw him stealing President Vector's too. He pollutes people's hearts with an awful blackness so that he can control them. I'm sure that's what must have happened to the president. Huh? Are you kidding me? Then we have to help him. We'll help too, of course. I'm sure there must be a way of bringing him back to his old self.
No.
Based on what we have seen and heard, it would seem that the president has been quite seriously infected by DeLorean's evil influence. Queen Nerea, being highly skilled in the magical arts herself, was capable of resisting the darkness enough that restoring her to her senses was a relatively simple task.
If I may be so bold.
I somewhat doubt that it will be so easy in this case.
Excuse me?
You said that you and the President Vector used to be close, didn't you, Bracken? Is there a way you could remind him of those times? Try to snap him out of it by jogging his memory? That could work. You want to remind him of the good old days, huh? Well, this right here might be a good place to begin. It's where the three of us started out all those years ago. We used to do all our work in the room right through there. Still just how we left it. Such a place might certainly hold a clue as to how we might proceed. Would it be alright to take a look?
Uh-huh.
Go for it. Alrighty. I obtained a slice of creamy cheese. Cool. Guess it seems kind of small when you compare it to the offices we have now. Everything that grew into the broadleaf ink we know today started here. Zip recorded every minute of it. Says I didn't leave this place just like it was forever too, so we'd never forget where we came from. Fine sentiment. Let's have a look around. A memolith.
Hey!
Anything important? Oh, I guess I found it very quickly, huh? It's a Sheikah slate!
Oh.
What's a memolith? Well, you take a crystal and run a tiny magical current through it to record visual data. Then you can run a light beam through it and focus it with a prism lens and watch the data back whenever you like. Record memories.
Uh-huh.
Play it back and see what we have.
Hey,
Aww.
Bracken, there's something up with this circuit. Can you take a look?
Sure, let me see. Yeah, I think you're getting some leakage right about here. Okay, leave it with me and I'll see what I can do.
Oh, that'd be great, thanks. I can't wait to get the crystal battery up and running. This thing's gonna be a game changer for the energy business. The technology we build here today will make a better tomorrow for everybody. I can feel it.
Me too. Wow.
That was... Wow, that was from way back when we first started out.
Yeah!
We use it to jog the president's memory. Picture's worth 1,000 words. Sure, it'd be good to have a couple more than this one, just to be sure, though. Any others? Zip was kind of hot on destroying sensitive data. If it wasn't essential to the running of the company, it pretty much all got wiped. Took a look in the database just now. It seems like 4 memoliths are unaccounted for. Maybe another 3 of them out there somewhere. Let's find them.
You're right.
If those memoliths went missing, someone probably lost them. The factory. Alright, to the factory.
Thanks.
Thanks for helping me out like this. Bracken temporarily joins the party. Yo! Awesome! Bracken, get in here. Sorry, King. You gone. Oh, she also wields a hammer? Hell yeah. Cool. Okay, so one of the tiny things I like about this game is I like how when the characters run downstairs, they get a different animation where they're kind of like chopping their feet to actually run down the stairs instead of just taking it like, you know, the same number of strides. I think it's pretty cool. Ultimately irrelevant, I know, but... Oh, okay. Elevator again. A dome park. Yeah, adds a little more charm. I agree. Authorized personnel only. Welcome, fellow workers. Here's to another great day at Broadleaf Inc. Just say the word if you need the elevator. Yes, please.
Well, now.
How do we find these? Pretty small. Lose them all the time. Scan the vicinity and find them.
Uh-huh. Whoa!
Someplace nearby. The archive's over there. Or the boy was working it over there. Cool. Wow. All right, let's go.
Here goes nothing. Weakness.
Nice. Might as well grab these two things too, right? Oh, I see.
You ready for this? Weakness. Weakness. Don't let me down.
I have not figured out like the trick to this thing, by the way. This thing like sometimes just becomes like immune to everything, and there's a way to get it out of it. I just don't know what it is.
Make yourselves useful.
Maybe it's just like after an amount of time.
Well, now.
Is this one of those boiler things you were talking about?
Uh-huh.
You can light it. This steam it produces to start generating power.
Huh.
Guess you could put it like that. I'm gonna teach you a spell. Listen carefully. You learned the Kindle spell. Nice.
All right.
Yo, what a walking sponge. Yeah, I believe that was Penguin. Congratulations, enjoy your chocobo next to your name and your lovely emotes. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Oh, weird. Oh, this is gonna be this is gonna be an adventure trying to figure this out, I think. But we're gonna do our best. Oh, let me make sure. Oh, I can't right now. Once I get out of combat, I need to make sure that like I'm actually on the thing that gives me more experience. Because I've noticed that the enemies are now like at a higher level than me by a fair amount, and that was we were way ahead of them for a long time. Oh. Items. You expect to be like level 50? Jeez. Oh, I guess fills you up an amount does not actually do health. Oh, that's the whole party. Okay, cool. I guess we're only 36? But I guess that's also not like the most surprising thing, right? Because like, we kind of stopped doing a bunch of the running around exploring grinding stuff. And then the enemies caught up with us. Oh, good question. I did not. I was doing rare materials. Okay, much better. That's probably also another reason we fell out, because we weren't getting the experience we normally were getting. Well, I should probably mess with this some more, right? Because I can do like... I have like 137 points now. There we go. Now we get like a lot more MP when we attack also. Oh, that's a very noticeable difference. Holy crap. Good squad. Where am I trying to go? Try to go to the archives, which are out, actually, right here. I'm where I wanted to go. Perfect.
Flippin' heck!
This place is a mess. Moved our old office over here. This place wound up being where they dumped a bunch of old records.
Alrighty.
Found it. What's it say?
Woo yeah! Huh?
What kind of weird name is that? Go find me? Instead of go fund me.
Zip, the launch was a disaster. Everybody hates it. Half the units we shipped have been returned.
What? Why? Why? Damn it, my design was perfect!
I'm sorry, Zip. This is the end for us, huh? We're finished. Man. Oh, man. What are we gonna do?
You're gonna quit whining and start thinking. That's what. This isn't the end. It's the beginning. Someday soon, the world will finally understand my vision. We're not giving up until that day comes.
We nearly went under. Right then and there. I can remember sitting up crying all night long. It was hard. But nobody did more to get us back on our feet than Zip. He was an inspiration.
Gosh. Dang it!
It doesn't make any damn sense. The figures for the perpetual fission reactor, they're all over the place.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, sir, but with the prototype in the state, it's just not safe.
Shut up!
I don't want to hear it. Just fix it. We need to finish the damn thing. And we need to finish it now. I don't care what it takes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir? My head. Never mind that. We'll never get the job done if I let this slow me down. Nobody takes a break. Not me, not anybody. We work all night if we have to.
Alrighty.
Okay. Signal from the next level up.
Good luck, everyone!
Oh, elemental!
How do you like this?
No, don't let it go. Don't let it run away. Ah, I think it got away. Unfortunate. We were close killing it, but I don't think we got there. Wow, this is a lot of wyverns. Yo, big hype to the, big shout out to the ice sword that sometimes freezes enemies. Also, big shout out to the Gravity Higgledies. Holy crap. The flying creatures really don't like them. Let me see if I got, like, anything I can do. Okay, that's a good sword. Let's jump this up here. Okay. Really could use another one of those healing stones. Oh, did I say why burn? My brain has my brain shut off about 15 minutes ago for what it's worth, so if I did, my bad. Oh, okay, let me rephrase.
Right.
My brain shut off like 15 minutes ago, so I did not register your joke. That's my bad.
No.
These red cogs, they're the first of their color we've seen, are they not? That's a security measure. They control the panel the same color.
You ready for this?
Yeah, uh-oh. Okay, that worked. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, okay, level up is nice. Are they really? I had no idea! Really? Yeah, I had no idea that that was the case. I know there's been some, funny typos throughout Final Fantasy history. Oh shit, another one. Alright.
Make yourselves useful.
Yeah, use Spoony Bard! Spoony Bard's a good one. There was a streamer I used to watch that, had a name like that. Cast the Kindle spell.
Yes!
Doo, doo, doo. Yeah, Spoony Bard's a classic.
Good luck, everyone!
Really? Oh, that's hilarious. So you can actually have a Spoony Bard. Oh, I'm a big fan of that.
Need a little help here.
I need to try that Final Fantasy IV randomizer sometime. I've never done like a JRPG randomizer. I know that they have them for Kingdom Hearts. And I know that they have them for Final Fantasy IV and Final Fantasy VII and stuff. But I've never actually done them.
Woo, yeah!
Sure, best rando? Interesting. Like, how does it even work on that? Like, what's the goal of the game, for instance? Like, I know in the Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer, it's to get the 3 proofs, and then you can go beat the game. Like, what item is it that you're looking for to, like, make progression? Or is it just that you play it pretty normally and then, like, you know, you might just get late game gear and just run over everything? Beat Zeromus? Where am I trying to go? Oh. Okay. Around. I see. So up, left, left. Okay. I'm just trying to change the blue ones.
You ready for this?
You need the crystal, which is a key item that you have to find somewhere. Whew. Like finding Cecil or beating Golbez? Neat.
Watch your back.
I'll have to check that out sometime. Pretty easy to set it up. Barry. I'll have to look into that. That sounds fun. Because Final Fantasy IV is one of the games I tried to learn to speedrun. I actually did a lot of Paladin percentage for a while. Oh, heal up. And it's actually almost midnight. So what I'm going to do, and we have an early stream tomorrow. Because we're streaming during the day tomorrow. So I think what I'll do is wrap it up here. Tomorrow we're going to play Little Nightmares. It's apparently a fun little puzzle game. We'll check it out. I've never seen anything about it other than that. So maybe it'll be good, maybe not. I have no idea. But I think we had a pretty solid night here tonight. Let me go ahead and end this YouTube video. Thank you for watching on YouTube. I'll catch y'all later.